And here we are. Welcome to everybody. Much love. I hope my audio is okay. Give me a thumbs up if it's good to go. Is it clear? Is it loud enough? Not soft, not at all weird.
Clear, but it's pretty clear.
Pretty clear. Is there a bit of a distortion?
No, it's just a slight fuzz, but it's really not really even barely perceivable, but I would say it's right now.
Hello, Howard. Namaste. How's the audio sound on your side, Howard? And everybody else in the chat. Big love to you guys. Slight distortion, Howard. I get you.
Oh, I think it clears better now.
Well, without any further ado, I'll go into the settings and take a look if I can change the settings while I'm talking. Look at my audio settings, what exactly is going on here. I've got echo cancellation on, and I've got that. If I turn off everything, is that better? Or is it still the same? Or is it worse? The same, yeah? Okay. Well, in that case, I'll turn that stuff back on again. But yeah, so we've got like an interesting show on for you guys today. I do think that we're going to have some very interesting discussion here. And my audio quality might have improved there.
It was, yeah, it's just smoother, but it was a little quieter. And then it kind of jumped back and it was more louder again. So you're doing good.
Now I'm good, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So yeah, this I've noticed is a StreamYard problem, interestingly enough. Because I don't have this problems when I'm recording, and I don't have this problems when I'm using my OBS studio. So the question is, how long can I tolerate StreamYard's crap for? I think it's because they don't have servers in South Africa, right? So they don't have servers in this side of the world, where OBS seems to work much better wherever you are in the world. It's much more stable. Probably they've got servers everywhere. So welcome to you people. I hope you're great. The birth of an archetype. Yeah, I dreamt this up yesterday. I was sitting trying to figure out what was going to be like the topic. What's the feeling? And I looked at the numbers and they added up to 55. You know, the second and the eighth is 10. 10 plus the 20th century is 30. Plus the 25th year is 55. And 55 is all the numerations of 1 to 10 added up together. So it's quite a special number, really, when you get right down to it. And it's a power number 5. Power number 5 being 5, but it brings us back to number 1, essentially. And interestingly enough, if we take the number 11, which is the other power number that fits into this number 55, then we've got 5 11s into 55, which is a power number 5, which is number 1, which brings 2 and 1, the moon and the sun together. And I thought, well, that's really interesting. So it had to be the birth of these archetypes, these celestial intelligences, these beings, these guides, these aspects of ourselves that are manifesting through all the different myriad of life forms that share consciousness, possibly the substrate of consciousness itself. Yeah, everything is 5s, man. And obviously, when you look at the Saturn square, because I can't really do anything without a Saturn square these days. It's really funny. The more you use the Saturn square, the more you fall in love with it. It's become my new tree of life and the enneagram. And I've done away with using the old tree of life model. I still use it for like showing people stuff so that they can see it with the ideas they've read in books and what other people have taught. But I think the Saturn square is the par excellence tree of life. And the enneagram is essentially the same. Well, Saturn square is an enneagram, really, if you look at it. So welcome to people. Sending you all so much love. Before we get flying into the airwaves, we've got dear Indie Sage. Indie Sage is a shadow worker. How's my camera, by the way? Is this a worthwhile upgrade?
I don't know. I feel like you're a little bit more distant than usual. Maybe you just got to zoom in a little more or something.
Well, I am a bit more distant because it's a bit more wider.
Okay.
You see, I've got all sorts of toys here.
Nice. It shows more of your whole setting and everything. So
But this camera works well in low light.
Yeah.
Like really well in low light. There won't be any dots. Like I think. Let's see what she looks like when I'm on a full screen. Yeah, there you get a clear idea of the difference. I think. I noticed in the other one there'll be a few dots, and I think it's got to do with the lighting that I have here.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is a 4K camera, but I'm only streaming 1080, so that's probably why it's so big. But yeah, so namaste, Big Gaz. I hope you're rocking. I hope you're rolling. I hope you're all smiling. I hope everybody is on top of the world. So Indie Sage, as I was saying, is a shadow worker, an occult researcher, and also an anthropologist. So he's got a lot of fingers in a lot of pies. And he's also very much connected to the shamanic spirit of nature and various different Western occult cosmologies, as well as, Eastern occult perspective. So he's got a well-rounded perspective on things. Namaste, Corby 2.0. I hope you are styling. I hope you're all styling today. So, yeah, without any further ado, let's hear a few words from dear Indy. Welcome, brother. As always, it's an honor.
All right. So glad to be here today. And thank you for the wonderful introduction, Franklin, as always. I am so excited about this show. And I feel like this topic couldn't be better. We're going to be exploring kind of like some kind of new ideas here on the show, different than our usual stuff to a degree, in the sense that it has some freedom to it. And we're going to be looking at like the origins of things. The birth of an archetype is a beautiful title. And we're going to be looking into like the mysterious origins of like cosmic, ethereal, astral, otherrealmly things. So it should be a very glorious show. And I just wanted to kind of kick off the show a little bit by starting to explore some of the lost wisdom of the ancients in the Gnostic movement, which some are familiar with in our show audience here. We've gone through some of this stuff before, but I've been diving a little bit deeper into it and have found a connection here where we have the ancient Greek names of the gods of the pleroma, and we also have the words in English of the translation of their names to understand the concept or principle that they represent. So it starts with the Ogdode, which some are familiar with the Ogdode of the Cometian or Egyptian system. But this is the Gnostic Ogdode, which refers to a set of 8 gods, usually referring to 4 partners, male and female, 4 sets of partners, I should say. So we start with Bithos and Siege, or Sige. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce that as they're spelling this in English, but I'm pronouncing the Greek. The other name for her is Enoia. And so Bithos means depth or profundity, whereas Enoia means silence or idea. And so those are the 2 beginning gods of the pleroma. And then we have Nuos and Aletheia, mind and truth. After that, we have Logos and Zoe, word and life. And then finally, we have Anthropos and Ecclesia, man and church. And so that's just a brief synopsis of some of the things we're going to explore later. And from there comes a decad and a dodecad of the offspring of some of those partners in the Ogdode, where we'll explore some more principles of that later. But I just wanted to kind of dive in with a little bit of that to show that there's a little bit of the lost herstory coming through with this Gnostic revelation that we really see here being brought forth to present day. And it's just beautiful that we see that there's 4 gods, but there's also 4 partner goddesses, which to me makes so much more sense and feels so much more wholesome and consistent, truthful stories of things that are just much more relevant to the human condition. Now, when we have like this single male god, it kind of leaves a lot of contradictions and confusion, and it kind of leaves a lot of things out. And when that god has a son that never had a wife or child, according to their story, that leaves a lot of things out, those same things out too. So there's something kind of suspicious about that. It's a bit obvious. But we see that if we look back, we see there's more to the picture than meets the eye. And it kind of leads us to start to examine other things, like what about the origins of other things that we have kind of taken for granted, that we've heard the stories of, popular in the collective, but are also not being questioned. Boy, come here, buddy. Chill, son. Sorry about that. So we have the James Webb Telescope. Hey, get over here, son. Let me get you. I'm gonna get you. Better stop. Oh, he's going wild. The James Webb Telescope has discovered anomalous things that have been previously cast out as measurement anomalies. Hey, cut it out. Let me get you. Come here, boy. Good boy, come on. And so that's being called into question now, because a lot of these things have been examined and they've considered to be actual data that's just being denied by science because it doesn't fit the narrative that they've been trying to reinforce. And they thought that the James Webb Telescope was going to just reinforce that narrative, and that's what it was aimed to do. But now there's kind of some rogue scientists that are standing up against these anomalous measurements being cast out as false data. And so they're considering a couple things. And there's one thing where one galaxy had no gas or dust or debris. And so it seems to have been burning much longer than our time frame of the predictive 13.7 billion years or whatever it is that they have in that model that they've been following in science. So there's also other stuff that they've found too in different star systems that really just doesn't really line up with the time frame, particularly GS 714, which was only seen about around 300 million years after the Big Bang time frame. But it's now moved with space expansion too fast, and its light is now lost to us. That galaxy has become out of our vision. And so that doesn't really line up with the model that we have either. So these two things, kind of along with many other things, are starting to be called into question, and other people are starting to come into new understanding of lost origins in different systems as well. So things are getting pretty exciting right now. And I just wanted to say hi. We got my little Bella here. She's Enki's sister, and we recently lost their father, Peanut. He was a really good friend of mine. We were buddies. We did everything together, but we have Bella back in the picture now, and she looks just like her daddy. She's such a cute little baby girl. She's about his size too. She's only about 3 pounds. As her little brother was the runt of the litter, but he's a little bit bigger than her now. Hopefully these doggies won't cause too much trouble on the show.
Yeah, so sorry about little Peanut, man.
Yeah.
He was a cutie.
Mm.
Cars, people, driving.
Sad.
Yeah. We live, it's. I was thinking the other day, and I hope my audio is okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking the other day how we've become sort of lost in a sense. When I was young, we could walk on the streets, we could go wandering off, you know, the
Yeah.
70s and the 80s. Children went off wandering and we played with our kids. Like you've all seen the programs on television. What are those programs we watched? The Wonder Years?
Yeah.
And, you know, those kind of programs, like maybe I was maybe a little bit after the Wonder Years, but what's the other one? There's something Brothers. Yeah, that was from that era.
Yeah.
And you can see how like children used to just go out, take their bike, just go out, meet other kids, go riding around on bikes, just walk around, do their thing.
Yeah.
And animals too. Like people were more careful, people were different. This modern society has got us just driving like crazy. Everybody's in a hurry. Everybody's in a rush. We're all chasing the money, proverbially.
Yeah.
You got a schedule to keep.
Yeah.
Time is money, right?
Right.
More time you spend on the road, less money you make.
Yeah.
And now they've got the economy in like a stranglehold. They're like, either you sell your soul and become a Bitcoin, like, reporter, because
Yeah.
we want digital currency to rule the world. It's one step closer to the transhumanist agenda. Or we take your money. Like there's a lose and there's a lose. Either lose in the short term or lose in the long term. That's
Right.
how I see it. Like you got a choice, lose or lose. Lose now and have
Yeah.
less money, or have more money but lose your freedom in the long term so that you can get more freedom in the short term.
People consider
yeah.
which one's the better option, but it's really which one's the less worse option, really, there. And I've always considered that about politics. When you have these two sides to pick from, I'm like, one bad choice or another bad choice. Together, they make more sense. But like taking extremes is really not the way to go, which is why in Eastern numerology, the odd numbers are considered lucky because they're balanced. And so like 4 represents death in the sense that like there's two unbalanced extremes that are coming up upon each other. And so we have like doubly imbalanced things going on there. But it all works out into 8 being a fortunate and prosperous number, though, thankfully. So there's a little balance there of the paradox within their system, which is beautiful as well. Is my sound?
Yeah, that is right. Yeah.
I hope I'm speaking loud enough here. Is my sound all right? Wonderful.
Your sound is good, brother. There's no complaints on that end of the world. Yeah. So getting into this, birth of an archetype, I suppose in a sense, where do we put things like Bitcoin? Is Bitcoin becoming a bit of an proverbial archetype? Like, can we give birth to new gods through our worship of what they represent in the physical world? That's a very interesting concept. Yeah. What today is a trading currency could tomorrow be a deity. How do we anthropomorphize everything that we come in contact with? And how does it work?
Is it possible to see that this cryptocurrency that's coming in and like starts with the word crypt, which is very ominous and so morbid. So but we have maybe a new face to the old demon Mammon, money worshipping god, potentially. Or is it a new god itself? Maybe his spawn. You know what I mean?
That's a very interesting point. Do these gods have children? And do we worship their kids?
Right.
And this is like a new version of Mammon, like the way my son's a new version of me that will carry on me and his mom's legacy. And I think that's like really quite on point as a concept, because like when we look at this idea of Mammon, right? Was Mammon not that? Which was the place? It was mentioned in the Bible that they worshipped this Mammon. What was that place called? Where there's stories in the Bible and in Jewish literature about this place, which was completely money driven, and stories about like you weren't allowed to give food to the hungry. If you gave food to a hungry person, that was at pain of your life. And people used to give their coins to beggars, but then the beggar would have this bag full of coins, and they wouldn't be able to buy food from anyone because no one would sell them food. And when they finally expired from hunger, then everybody would come and fetch their coins back because they had marked their coins. Yeah, I think that's in the Bible or in one of the biblical lectures. It might come from Hebraic law. What was the name of this place? Can't remember. Do any of you guys in the chat know, perhaps?
Where he flipped the tables over, or the money traders were? Was that potentially the place?
No, that was one of the other places. Not Judom specifically, where the Hebrew people were. That was one of the other. Is that Sodom? Like, where did they worship Mammon? Right? Where was Mammon worshipped? I'm sure they worshipped Mammon at that place.
They suggest that Sodom and Gomorrah were places of moon worship.
I think there was a place where they specifically mentioned the worship of Mammon, and I wonder if it's Sodom. And it was why these places had Sodom was Sodomites, Gomorrah. One of those, it could be one of those two, or one of the other places where they were so materialistically driven. Though it's very interesting, like, okay, when we start to look at these deities, I've got a theory that I'm going to kick out there as a start. I believe that there is no one way that a deity is created. I'm going to postulate that there are a number of avenues. For example, I'll go with one classic example. Imagine there was a being that Indigo. No, come. No barking, sweetheart, please. The little Pekingese outside is barking, and he's going to trigger all the dogs barking if I'm not careful. Can you hear him through my mic?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not disturbing though.
It's not disturbing the audio. Okay, well, let me continue.
In the background, it's not really bad.
So, yeah, the idea is that if there was a being that had great power, and by great power I mean great presence on the physical plane, yeah, and brought a high frequency of the consciousness field into materialization. If we consider this manifestation to be an evolution of consciousness, then such a being would draw power, attention, and awareness and energy from humanity, like a node, right? Sort of like if you look at an electrical grid, there'd be certain important points on the electrical grid that would be sort of like main network points, right? And I suppose it's the same. We've invented our internet infrastructure around similar concepts. And so these main nodal points of consciousness would then become people of great worship and attention. And everybody else would be pouring their praise and their energy into these people, right? And maybe these people would keep them safe. Maybe they would be great warriors. that had great wisdom and had great compassion and had great qualities that everybody looked up to, right? And when they finally left this world, they were remembered with so much zeal, yeah, that their etheric body continued on. How's that for an interesting concept? Because when we leave this world, our etheric and astral bodies separate. And we then reintegrate ourselves through our causal body. And the etheric body is left behind like a shell, in the same way that the physical body is left behind like a shell. And so could it be that all the adoration of all the people and all of their life force, prana, and attention and consciousness could imbue the etheric body with a life of its own? And possibly the astral and etheric body could be two aspects of this being that could then continue on and live on in the unconscious of everybody else due to A, the deeds that they did on the physical plane, B, the office that they held, both in terms of officially and in terms of actually, right? That they sculpted the history of humanity in some significant way and thus lived on in the hearts of everybody and thus became a point of reverie and contemplation because everybody wished to attune to the qualities of those particular individuals. Yeah. And by wishing to attune to the high frequency qualities and possibilities that those individuals represented for the tribe, they could thus become important nodes. For example, ancestrally, right? There could be a member of our ancestors that was like a really great wise being that was revered through ancestral lineages. And some part of that ancestral being was always in touch with the spirit of the now, with the zeitgeist, and so lives on. And so this could be one way that a archetype could be proverbially born. What do you think of that as a concept?
Yeah, I like that. That's interesting.
Because everybody wants to just say that these archetypes are just aspects of our consciousness and they're just abstract things. But why can't they be both? An actual person in history, and why should they not be both? This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like a lot of times the names of things do refer back to like the name of a person that did actually create them, especially with the periodic table and the names of the elements. It's very much the case. And that's a beautiful thing when that happens, because it's a thing that is its own universal concept, but it also ties back to the person that kind of pointed at the first time, which is a beautiful thing. I like that. Just paying tribute. And they say that the name God actually comes from the Norse name Gudas. And it refers to libations. So they don't know if the word means libations themselves or the one who is being given libations to. Libations being like spilling something for the gods, sometimes often wine, but I think it could also refer to blood.
Wow. So here we talk about the sacrificial lamb and the principle of self-sacrifice for the group. And any being that was so altruistic and so selfless as to sacrifice themselves for the better of the group would be remembered by the group and would live on through the act of self-sacrifice, the spilling of blood. What an interesting concept. To sacrifice your life to protect other people, and those people their whole life will remember on some unconscious level or even consciously that the only reason that they're alive is because you sacrificed your life's blood. for them. You know, and there's stories like this, isn't there? Where people like go on and they talk about how there was a hero that saved everybody. I don't know, a burning building.
Yeah.
And this hero ran in and saved like 20 people from a burning building before they tried the 21st and passed, you know, didn't make it. But those 20 people and their kids and their grandkids will still celebrate that person, as if to say, the reason you are here today is because of that brave person. We want to be those kind of people in life. So, like, it's an interesting concept. So, like, when we look at the stories of the, you know, the stories of Ea, Enki, or the story of the Ogdode, right? The story of these beings coming to Earth. And most of them, I think, involve these beings coming to Earth in the old stories.
Mm-hmm.
In the Greek stories, they came from Olympus to Earth. The Egyptian stories, where did they come from? The Irish stories, they came from the place called the Arya. In the Vedic stories, they came from other lokas. In the Sumerian stories, they came from Nibiru.
Yeah.
In African stories, they came from different places, but they always point up to the stars. And it's an interesting concept. Like, if they did mingle with us, like it is said, right? Like the Nephilim or the, you know, Sumerians creating the hybrid, or even in Egyptian, all these bloodlines that we have, all these blue bloodlines that seem to, like, my boy apparently has got some blue blood through his mother. It's a little bit concerning for me, right? Because he's got some small relation to King George. And I've always wondered what my bloodline is with Ireland, because I've always felt that old Irish connection. And I think I feel like Irish connections in other people. Have you got Irish blood in you as well?
I always wanted Irish blood. We thought we had it. My mother's gone to Ireland several times. I think we're Welsh and British. I was going to be Irish and Scottish. I feel a strong resonance. But I'm Italian, and I think Italians and Irish have a strong resonance together.
I think that, here's the interesting point. A lot of the Welsh and the Irish did mix, hey?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like, my grandfather was Welsh. My grandmother was Irish. So a lot of Welsh people went back to Ireland, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And their kids could have returned back to Wales, identifying with their father that was a Welshman, for example. Yeah, we're carrying that. I carry the Williams name, but from an Irish perspective, I'm the Shanahan family. So, you know, that's an interesting concept. So if you've got Welsh, I wonder if you go back a certain period of time, maybe the Irish and the Welsh come from the same people. You know?
Probably the case.
They probably were one people at some point.
I think that the Welsh people are like the Irish people that came across to England.
Yeah.
Right on that coast right there. So that's where they're at. That's where they are.
Yeah. The Welshmen and their sheep.
Like the Irish.
The Welshmen, they look after their sheep, they do. Those are the happiest sheep you've ever seen. I remember going to Wales and I kept teasing the Welshmen about their sheep. They used to look at me. They used to give me funny looks because they're very friendly people. I used to be, don't worry, my surname's Williams. I'm just about as Welsh as you are. So, like, the joke's on me, don't worry. It's just, I see these beautiful sheep and I think, like, you know, I'm part Welsh, you know. These sheep are looking really mighty pretty. But they didn't know how to deal with my sense of humor in Wales. But they're a very, very warm bunch, the Welsh. Eh?
Yeah.
If you ever go to Wales, like, you've been to Wales, I take it, yeah?
Oh, I haven't been. I wish I could get across the pond. I haven't been to Europe before yet. Only
They are some of the friendliest people around. If you go and sit down in a pub in Wales, right?
Yeah.
Everybody will come and talk to you. the locals. They'll be like, hello. And even me looking the way I do, because I don't look normal,
Yeah.
right? They're warm and accepting and friendly. If you go to an English pub, some people will look at you and go, oh, what's that guy? Is he some kind of a hippie?
Right.
You know, some
Yeah.
people will look down their nose at you. Other
Like,
people will come and chat with you, like the down to earth people. But in Wales, there only are down to earth people.
oh, sweet. That's what's up. Yeah, my
Yeah, man.
ex-fiance just came back from Ireland when we met and stuff, and my heart's got like the trip to Ireland in the bucket list definitely going on. I want to get there soon.
Yeah. Well, that's like quite interesting. And then I think there's another way that deities could form through the group mind,
Yeah.
through the group egregoric, like we're talking about Bitcoin. Could Bitcoin be an evolution of an old deity coming back to haunt us, right? And it's very, 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 very interesting. Like you mentioned, the word crypt in crypto, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And crypt obviously relates to cryptography, relates to secrets, right? And I think that when you start to follow it back down, like hieroglyphically, it represents a hole going into the ground where you keep your secrets. Yeah. What you take with you to the grave are your secrets. And the underworld. I think there's subtle nuances of vibration that relate to the underworld, relate to the underworld deities, relate to the secrets. And everybody goes, well, cryptography is all about secrets. Yeah, well, those are the secrets we know. What about the secrets that we don't know? Like, could the great secret about cryptography be that it's secrets that we tell you are secrets, but the secret meaning of the secrets is to get you all ready to accept a digital world where there is no money, where it's just digital, where we can control the switches to your ISP and control everything through by encryption basically. And they could de-encrypt you or re-encrypt you to be whatever they want you to be. They could encrypt your bank account so you can't access it, for example. So like it's really an interesting concept. And then again, of course, when you look at it, like there are a lot of other potential ideas. Like, what about these stars, these Hollywood celebrities? Do those become deities?
Yeah, potentially. I feel like some of them, like, they have doppelgangers from like a lot of different times. Like, they got people that look just like them. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how far does this drinking of the blood go? Like with the adrenochrome myths that they talk about. What's the real story there? And are there immortals? Are there gods that walk amongst us? What's going on? I could see where the gods themselves had gone through many changes when they arrived. And though you mentioned that the Mesopotamian gods were said to have come from Nibiru, that's mainly a Sitchin interpretation, I think. Which, no hate on Sitchin, he's an amazing man. And he was given an award by the Pope, I think. I heard from Van Doniken. And they were good friends. And they were a huge inspiration to my uncle and me. And so like they were like kind of like the first kind of generation of like people to really question things and start to see through the veil. But the research I've done in Mesopotamia shows a lot that the gods had come from two places. There was a place where the sweet water comes from the sky beyond the sky, which was like on top of the clouds. They think that people lived on the clouds. They were the gods. And that can be also interpreted as beyond the clouds and the stars, potentially. Whereas Franklin's interpretation would take hold. So it's beautiful to have that kind of freedom with the ability to see many interpretations of something like that. it's not good to necessarily pin down anything in particular. It's good to keep an open mind about how to interpret that sometimes, as I like to. But we see that in Sumer that the gods had came from two places. The mother of all gods, Tiamat, came from the salt water, which many other later gods seem to have come from as well. But her husband, Abzu, came from the abyss or the sweet water, which is a very interesting and curious thing. So it kind of seems to refer to like aquifers in some kind of like aquatic abyss under the ground. But it's maybe like Lake Baikal, like the deepest lake. You know, that could be something, that one interpretation of the abyss. It's quite mysterious. But the gods seem to have come from the water. And so then later we have Dagon or Awanis, the god kind of swimming up out of the sea and having fins for legs, and teaches the people the wisdom and how to be civilized. Also, Enki or Ea is considered to be a serpent god, a sea serpent god that comes from the water. That has webbed fingers and fins for legs, or a tail, fish tail for a leg sometimes in certain depictions. So that's very interesting to see that origin as well. Things coming from the sea, which kind of lines up with some of the things that were shown to me in the out-of-body experience and some of the channeling I received about our lost origins as aquatic mammals. For millions of years, the human species is lost from the fossil record, which could be explained by two things potentially, if not three. That we lived in a deep jungle where fossils don't really manifest, that we lived in an aquatic body or beach, or back and forth between the two, where fossils don't really seem to manifest, or we lived subterranean for a certain time where there would be there potentially, but it would be very hard to get to them. So we've definitely heard that the ancient gods of Kemet or Alkemu or ancient Egypt were giant androgynous gods with blue skin, and they had fins and webbed fingers and toes and elongated skulls. And so the whole story of the giants with the elongated skulls, with the extra digits of their hands and double dentation, really lines up with how the humans would transform into this other race if they were to have become aquatic mammals and gone to live in the sea. And it was found that about maybe 6,000 to 12,000 years ago, the Sahara Desert was a lush jungle, and before that, it was a sea itself. And who's to say that the people didn't live in that sea for potentially millions of years? And then having to leave that sea and be forced to go into other seas that may have had sharks, whereas maybe that sea didn't. They chose to maybe leave the sea. It could explain why they chose to depart from their habitat, and that why they chose to create a slave race that could be less feeble than them and more sturdier and earthly bound. So that's just an interpretation I have. I wanted to tie in some parallels that I had seen there. And I really like where Franklin was going with the egregore, creating potential new archetypes, and where we were going with the encryption of the crypto. That was a good line that we were working on as well. So I don't know where you want to go from here, but I was just looking a little bit about Mammon. Mammon is associated with one of the 7 princes of hell. And so he's depicted as like a devil or a demon, sometimes a jester demon. But he's not from the Goetia of Solomon. I think his origins may come later. He's not one of the 72 fallen angels.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You know, like we hear this coming up in Christian texts a lot, don't we? This word Mammon, this name of Mammon.
It's supposed
and I think Jewish texts.
Sin that represents the sin of greed. And so when they embody like the 7 sins and they show them as like a kind of a demon, that's where kind of the representation of Mammon really comes from. One of the 7 sins.
And it's very interesting. Something that really bugs me, just how controlled the internet has become. Most people don't realize it because they haven't necessarily been researching necessarily for like decades, right?
Yeah.
So people who were like researching, say in 2004, or 2005, like say like 20 years ago or before, would have noticed how free the place was, right? I've often tried to find those old newspaper reports about how the World Health Organization gave legal permission for the Papua people for 50% of the Papua indigenous population to be forcibly microchipped by the New Guinea government. This was common knowledge. You could find this information. The clones that were created in the UK 20 years ago. This is common knowledge. There was lots of information about this.
Human clones.
Human clones, yeah.
Oh,
it was
God.
prime time news. It was on the front page of every newspaper. It was big discussion. They were having huge discussions in the media in the UK about the moral responsibility. There was a clone created that was put into a woman.
Oh.
Human clone, yeah. We're talking 20 years ago.
You
can't find this information now, right? You can't find the information about Papua New Guinea now. There were other university professors working on the same tablets that Stitchin had translated. And I went to listen to their versions of translations, and you know what? They weren't very different. But now, you cannot find a single translation of the same tablets that he's translated by any other scholar anywhere on the web. But you used to be able to 20 years ago find that. And you used to be able to go and compare what that university person said from that American university and what that British university expert said with Stitchin's notes. And you would see that there would be small differences, but the general line of it was the same, mostly. So, but this has all been removed from YouTube, as has so much of this other information, and not just YouTube, but like, there was written papers, there was information that was available, and somehow the AI system has robbed us of so much critically important information. Yeah, you used to be able to get access to, and I used to share this all the time, you used to be able to get access to the weather reports on all the other planets in our solar system. Do you know this?
No.
You used to be able to check the changes of the temperature on different planets. This information was available. They had 50-year charts, 100-year charts. You could compare the changes on temperature of Mars with the temperature of Earth and the temperature of Venus, and you could draw distinctions and put out information. Even NASA had this information out and available. It's just probably there weren't many people interested in using it other than experts, right? But then too many non-experts started to use it for their own purposes, like to actually track like how much of this global warming story is a financial tearjerker, right? Are they using this climate change as an excuse to take away our liberties, to start making money out of us? So, but it's just really interesting, and it sort of makes me think about as well the occult, right? How certain notions of the occult has been pushed in a big way, and how like a lot of the classical occultist ideas have sort of been pushed to the side, and they've all been replaced by, Crowley-esque ideas, many of them. And now I've noticed they're trying to change numerology. This New Age Enneagram is trying to rob us of Chaldean and Vedic numerology and trying to change the meaning of numbers. And this all started in the 1950s, 1960s. That was when that guy, when he was 22 years old, invented the enneagram, which isn't actually an enneagram. They used that picture from the 1920s by Gurdjieff, which isn't really an enneagram. It's the composite figure. An enneagram involves a spinning wheel of geometry, like a pentagram or a hexagram or a septagram or a, whichever gram you're looking at, it involves symmetry of geometry. So like we really are under attack, and they really are like stealing all our information. And I wonder whether this, namaste, dear Rob. I hope you're good. How you doing, Rob? Been a while, dear brother. Much love. Hope you guys are all thriving. Yeah, like many of these. Yeah, what were you going to say, brother?
I wanted to mention that of the tablets that are going to be translated from Sumer and Mesopotamia, they've only read about 30 to 100,000 of the tablets out of the up to 2 million tablets that are there to be translated, and they're really not really working on translating too many more. Since a lot of the early translation work that they were doing, I think they may not have as many well-versed translators that understand the phraseology and everything of the ancient people potentially as well. So that may be
they do have. I think there just isn't funding,
but they don't have the funding or access. I can definitely,
because the control, like you would think, there are a lot of people that will challenge Stitchin, right? But do you see any experts offering an alternative translation of the tablets? None.
No.
Not one. Don't you find that suspicious? How do you challenge somebody's interpretations of a translation that they've made out of tablets without offering an alternative translation to use as a basis for challenging it? Don't you find that a bit hilarious? Like, think about it. Like, we're talking academia here.
The thing is that you've got like your Sitchin translation, and then you've got like your Voyager translation of the Sitchin translation, where they're talking more about the spaceships and the spaceports and the laser beams and the genetic engineering and flying to spaceports on Mars. And they kind of elaborate more on that. And they kind of have like kind of filled in some blanks there with more of like I don't know if it's an exaggeration or if it's like more of an information that's coming in about these things that are kind of lost from the collective's understanding.
I think there's always going to be an embodiment of any idea. It's going to get its own sort of mass, and its own. This is normal. Like the broken telephone works that way, doesn't it? Though, like certain basic points, like in the Stitchin translation, which I think are like the Ijiji were moved to Mars.
I think there is other translation out there. There are many translations of this stuff. It's just not as exciting as Sitchin's work. And so when you see comparative translations, they're saying, that they were mining for metals, but they didn't mention anything about gold or atmosphere. Whereas when you talk about gold and fixing an atmosphere and like leaving the planet and going to other celestial bodies, it's much more exciting. And so it's kind of captured people's attention and their spirit, I think
they do mention gold specifically in the Abzu. Like there's pictograms saying the Abzu making holes, going under the ground, getting gold. So maybe
gold, but I don't know if they mentioned to fix the atmosphere though. That must be what it is.
Well, I think that's like extrapolated onto the fact that like their world was dying,
right,
and they were desperate to get gold.
I think it could be also interpreted as such in the sense that if the gods had blue skin, it may have meant that they were ingesting silver or some kind of food in their diet that had a lot of silver-rich content. So maybe they were ingesting gold as well, and they had kind of run out. And what they were implying was that they need the gold to protect themselves from our atmosphere, because maybe if they were from the sea and not having a coat of fur, that the sun could really do some serious damage on them without having something to protect them. And maybe that was Ormus. Maybe the gold Ormus was something that they really needed to protect themselves from the radiation in our atmosphere here, potentially, or maybe in the inner earth, or maybe on Nibiru. You never know. It's good to keep an open mind about these things. But that's really interesting to explore how to interpret the atmosphere. I think what they were implying in Sitchin's work is that they were kind of blocking radiation with the gold particles in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really, really.
But of course, they tell us about Ormus, so they might mislead us on that. Because that's
it's really, it's really interesting. Like we look at like Eru, right? So you've got Nib, Eru. Now Eru, if you go to Irish etymology, it relates to the idea of land that is fertile, highly fertile land. And this is the preemptive goddess of ancient Ireland, which brings the fertility to the land, Eru. So Nib Eru. You see, like, it's just very interesting how all of these etymologies all seem to overlap. And when you look into the Irish mythos, like they speak about the Arya. We call it the Arya. I think it should be the Irio. You see? Maybe in ancient times. So we talk about where did the Irish come from? They come from the Irio. Yeah? And if you think about that, it sounds like Nib Irio. You see, like these little things, and there the myth speaks about two brothers that had a legacy, and they had great and terrible fights. And one of them had this ancient great sword, and one of them had this ancient great spear. But the sword and the spear would be hidden under mountains, and they would never take the sword and the spear out, and they would never fight with the sword and the spear, because if they fought with the sword and the spear, it would possibly destroy the earth. So, like, isn't that interesting? And we see the same stories, like in many cultures, these warring brothers. And so, like, when I look at it, like you wonder, like, there's always these twins, and they seem to be a big part of our egregore. And so we consider, the light and the dark reflection of each other, the good and the bad. And there always seems to be this struggle. Hence, we've got the two trees, right? The tree of knowledge and the tree of life. And the tree of life is the good tree. And the tree of knowledge is supposedly the bad tree, right? And it's the same idea as these two brothers. In the Irish stories, the one brother had crafts that you could go in and teleport anywhere on the earth, according to the Irish legends. With the beating of one heartbeat, you could step off this craft and be anywhere on the planet. And the other brother had the ability to bring people back from the dead. Now, there's a story in where one of the goddesses, which goddess is it in the Sumerian, bringing someone back to life from the dead? And we've got the same story with Emmanuel.
The story of Inanna.
Was it Inanna? I think it was. No. It's another story where
is she brought to the underworld?
Okay, so there's the story which is mirrored in the Greek story. In the Greek story, it is Saturn, or Kronos, who bites off the testicle of his father, right? Uranos.
Yeah.
Because Uranos was the god. Then in that story, there's a fight between two kings. And according to the actual text, there's genitalia being impaired by one. And that one gets banished to Mars. That's like basically what the text says. But then that one has a protector. And that protector is with him on Mars. At a later stage, that protector is resurrected by, is it Ninirtu? Was she the great physician in the Sumerian? Was Ninirtu, is that the goddess's name or was that the guy's name? Great physician in Sumerian. To get that right. I think it was Ninurta who resurrected the one who was, according to the epithets, the protector of Alalu. And Alalu was the one who challenged Anu to this fight and damaged Anu's testicles. So, you know, it's like we see these like stories sort of reflected in all of our different cultural things. And the most interesting thing is that the idea of the Ijiji, yeah, they specifically say 200 Ijiji traveled to Earth from Mars. They specify Mars. So this is the modern scholars. I don't know if you've known this, but some of the modern scholars that don't actually present any translation of the actual texts, right? But they argue that one or two words could be this. They argue that Nibiru could be Mars or Jupiter. Yeah? These are the current arguments. And that's because there's a text that says that the 200 Ijiji came from Mars to Earth. And this, we see the same story with the 200 Grigori in the ancient Greek stories, right? And those were the watchers that we know about that mixed the seeds with humanity. And so it's like, it's very interesting when we see these etymological connections with cultures far away and removed from that particular cultural zone, if that makes sense, like the ancient Greeks. But the Grigori and the Ijiji, it can't be a coincidence that there happened to be 200 of them and that they were considered to be of giant stature. Yeah? Described as being very large. I think, and the actual texts suggest being bigger than 14 cubits. Yeah? Which is like basically bigger than 14 feet tall. Which seems far-fetched to us, but we've got like a lot of bone record history. So I think there's been a lot of like mix matching. And I just find it interesting how so many of the so-called scholars will say, well, that's not right because that can be interpreted like this. But none of those scholars have presented a translation of the texts. And those particular texts, and I have searched through databases. Do you know what they do? This is how clever they are, Indy. If you go searching for other translations of those texts these days, they will try and bamboozle you and show you other texts, Mesopotamian texts, other texts that come from Akkadian texts.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, no, I'm looking for the Sumerian text. And you'll go and they'll say, here's the texts. And you'll find those texts and it'll be written up as the Sumerian text. But when you look at the tablets, they are the Akkadian tablets. It's like, whoa, where's the Sumerian tablets? Those tablets do exist. There's a lot of photographs of those tablets. The one thing Stitchin did was he actually took big photographic libraries of him holding the physical tablets.
Nice.
You can actually see the tablets in his hands. So if he hadn't done that, they'd probably question whether the tablets even existed. But it's very interesting how there seems to be this huge cover up on this topic. And I've spent a lot of time searching for content because I researched this like, a couple of decades ago, and I found other translations on those tablets, but it's almost like those translations have been removed. Do you know why? Because they substantiate too much of what Stitchen says.
Yeah.
They actually validate too much of what he says. Like too many of the things, okay, there are always going to be different interpretations that he's added to it. But the baseline suggests that his ability to translate the tablets is not really in question, because the other so-called experts have that. So it's very interesting. You mentioned Days of the Minotaur. Here's an interesting point. Yeah, those very, very ancient, what do you call it, labyrinth where the Minotaur lived was actually, by many of the old Greek historians from like 2,000 years ago, as the clock suggests, if we can take that clock seriously. But many of the Greek historians actually went there, as well as geographers. And they suggest that, and I'm talking about went to the actual Egyptian under the pyramids, where they say that the actual ones in Greece that were made for that king where the Minotaur was stored were actually made in accordance with what they had learnt in Egypt, in the greater labyrinths of Egypt. In other words, the Greek ones in Crete were a copy, a smaller, less impressive copy of the original labyrinths under the pyramids. And so there's been a lot of this information that's come to light lately. Namaste, Systematic Zoo. How are you, dear brother? Hope you're good. So, like, it's very interesting how they've taken our giants away from us.
I know.
What happened there?
I don't know. It's so fascinating because, we know there's definitely some things surfacing showing 7 to 9 to 11 foot giants. We've seen the fossils of them and their bones, and you can't fake that stuff. But they've found ankle bones of like giants that are at least 20 feet tall, if not 20 meters tall. And they have in Ecuador in the museum, from the ankle bone they found, they recreated the rest of the skeleton, I think a 20-meter tall skeleton. And we definitely have the architecture for beings of that size. Not only the block sizes that they move, but the doorways for them, which is a bit excessive, for a king of regular sized people of today's average size human. But we do know that some of these powerful kings were trying to just show off their wealth and have like excessively lavish things. So, there could be that element to it. But when it comes to things like weapons that were custom built for a giant, that's where I think that something is very obvious there. Although there's, a narrative that they had built, the Japanese ones in particular were built for funeral rites. They put a large sword over the coffin, which is somewhat believable. But I mean, it's not the case that they couldn't have created that right from having originally had swords that size to begin with to use. That may have been left over from lost heroes or something. So you have to consider that there's so much going on. There's more of the giants that we know. There were some that, Goliath was said to have been 9 feet tall, though it was previously have said to be 13 feet tall. And then St. Christopher was a dog-headed person, and he was also a giant, and he was very tall. He was at least 12 feet tall, and he would carry people across the turbulent river on his shoulders in the story. There's kind of a a parable about him, and I think as he carries the people across, he transforms something to that degree. But it's a beautiful little story. But it's like the whole story is about the fact that he's got like a dog head. He came from the underworld, I want to say, and he was supposed to be one of like the servants of the princes of hell, and then he became a saint instead, which is a very interesting story. But this stuff just makes us have so many questions. It's like, okay, there's people with dog heads, and if you look that up, there's actually a lot of information about that, and a lot of artwork from like the Renaissance time and earlier. In modern times, there's stuff here in the United States from cemeteries up in the Midwest, in like Michigan, in that area up by the Great Lakes, where there's a lot of talk of these like kind of clans of these dog-headed people, dog-headed men that come from like the woods, and they're kind of like nocturnal, and they've on some of the grave sites they mentioned that the dog-headed people had killed some of these individuals. So it raises a lot of questions, and some people have suggested recently that maybe the two world wars that happened pretty close to each other was a systematic plan to kind of wipe out the history of the old world by destroying these beautiful old cities and buildings, and trying to take away some of the places that might have had archaeological evidence of a narrative that no longer fit their new stories. So we know that the Nazis were said to have taken artwork from around the world, like priceless artwork. And so maybe that's part of what they were doing. And where is that now? Is that in the Vatican, or did the Nazis bring that to their base in Antarctica, or what's going on there? Now, in the story of Admiral Byrd having gone to the pole and going inside of the inner Earth, he refers to the pilots of those crafts that we refer to as UAPs now, that used to be referred to as a flying saucer. He refers to them as a Flugelrad and said that the Nazi pilots would pilot them.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting, and it makes me think about all of these ideas and all of these images that we can find when we look around. Like mentioning the giants, to go back a point to what we were talking about, how they seem to have hidden our giants away from us, and it makes us just want to ask questions as to why, right? So yeah, I mean, you could say like these beings are not all the same size, and of course our archaeologists come to us and explain to us and say, no, there's a reason why they're depicted as being much bigger. Like, here's a really good example, right? Like, this particular image is probably a really good example of what we're talking about here. And you look at these beings, they don't all seem to be the same size. And I'm sure those of you that are out here have seen a lot of the photographs, right? Of different size human beings. And we're talking about recent photographs, drawings, paintings, and photographs like from the 1800s of people walking. And there seemed to be a bigger range of size of humans a couple hundred years ago. There might have been some kind of an eradication. Yeah? Like, who knows what really happened in the First World War? Who knows what really happened in the Second World War? Maybe they were trying to homogenize human beings so that they could take away all the evidence of giants. Maybe that was a part of what was going on here. Now we'll look at this image on the screen here, and we're going to be told that that's a child. Well, why would it necessarily be a child? Maybe the human is the child, right? Maybe the human sitting there seems to be pointing specifically, sitting on the laps of these great beings. Like, it makes you wonder, like, how much of what's being sold to us is just really a little bit of a joke, because we've got a lot of these ancient stories of the giants. And so I think a lot of the deities that we have are these Nephilim, are these beings that walk the earth. And the Sanskrit stories, when you look at the Rig Vedas and you look at the Shiv Puranas and various different Vedic legacies, they speak about how there were bigger beings in ancient times, and that how these deities, like Shiva, was somebody that actually lived. So, but that Shiva also comes from the dawn of time, right? So this is like really interesting concept, and how deep does this rabbit hole go? The idea that there could be celebrities, you mentioned this earlier, Indy, that have been here like 100 years ago and 200 years ago and 300 years ago. Could that be that's an archetype that's deeply embedded within our unconscious that keeps reflecting itself in human form, right? Could it be the same being that's staying young, or could it be that like the consciousness wants to keep putting them out there? How's that as an idea?
That's your sister. That's fascinating. I like that. It makes me think that it was maybe like the image, the visage, they say, of maybe a hero or a god that is just kind of comes around in various ages and comes again, because it's kind of a celebration of like a previous person that was very significant and played a large role in aiding humanity, potentially, or whatever their various role was. But that could definitely be something worth looking into. It's very fascinating to me, and I've had experiences where I've experienced what they consider to be a past life, and I've had like strong resonance with the archetype of certain gods. So I feel like there's strong connections there, whether that means that was the same spirit or soul inhabiting a different life, or that we just have resonance and strong connections with others that have a similar vibration to us that can offer us guidance from their experiences in the past, and we have access to those things, or maybe both. So it's beautiful to be able to see that we're all kind of inspired by to a large degree a hero or a god or a figure from the past that was inspirational. And I think in a similar sense, I think a lot of people have like a strong resonance with like some figure from history. And also we have a strong resonance with certain animals from nature as well. So I think there's a lot of connections there that are kind of unspoken, where we have we share a mind, or we share a soul, or maybe we have in our soul pod come across some of these heroes in our own experiences in the past. There's a lot of possibilities there. It's pretty interesting. But I think they all kind of inspire us, and they kind of show us that within us there's an aspect of this hero or this god or this angel. And so we kind of feed off of them a little bit and grow into their archetypes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating, like you say, like how much of this is very much a part of us. And there's a lot of talk about cryptids, right? And different kinds of gigantic beings that are seen. And they are seen by so many people that they can't just be manufactured. So many people have seen these large beings in certain places, and they seem to be certain places where you see them. The same, like there is a place, if you drive out of Cape Town towards the west through the semi-desert of the Karoo, a few hours out of Cape Town, there is a place which is a hot spot for seeing UFOs. And I went out there to camp there.
Cool.
To camp there for a couple of nights out in the Karoo.
In
And
England?
it's South Africa.
Oh, in South Africa. Cool.
And as true as Bob, the first night we got there, we saw one.
Wow.
Incredible.
Did you see where,
I saw it.
where it came from at all? Like out of the ground or out of the sky or just across the horizon?
Honestly, my impression of it, like my brother's like, what is that? I said, it seems obvious, dude. It's somebody being taught how to fly this craft. They were doing like flight maneuvers.
Test run
over the desert.
Right there. Cool.
Yeah. They were like doing exercises. They were jumping far.
Or just one craft kind of moving around awkwardly?
It was one craft.
Okay. Yeah.
It was a triangle.
Interesting.
And it came really close. It shot really close and it stopped there. Just stood there. Then it shot up into the high atmosphere and it was like a tiny little blim of a light up. Then it shot back down, like far away. And then from far away, it shot really close to us again. And it was like, we could literally see, it would look like a tetrahedron. Yeah? Like a tetrahedron or a flying pyramid or something. That's what it looked like. But like they were doing exercises. It was clear to me that this was a government-controlled program. I didn't have any doubts in my mind that that's what we were looking at. Because like you don't fly to another planet to go and do flight maneuvers, right? Like it's just not how it works. So, but anyway, so in the same way that there are hotspots where you can go to see UFOs, there are hotspots where you can go to see these other kind of things as well, which I don't believe is at all
there's a documentary called like the ECT Ranch or something to that degree where people pay to go visit this guy's ranch, and there's a frequent viewing of UFOs there, in the military oftentimes trying to follow them. And it's just amazing because like the UFOs are so pristine and serene. They're beautiful, and the people like get close to them, and some people like experience like getting lifted off the air and flying with them. But when the military comes in, it's so loud and it's like they're so low flying. It's like, oh my god, drastic difference between like our technology and the sky people technology. It's just mind blowing. And like they kind of in that documentary, they kind of suggest that some of these crafts may just be like glowing beings, the shining ones. When they fly, they shine.
Yeah, that's really interesting, you know. So let's take a look at some of these images. Like, so these are probably images that we've all seen, but so like getting back to the ideas of where we could create deities, right? So these are photographs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to believe that these people all had some kind of a medical disorder.
Yeah, right.
This person doesn't look like they have a medical disorder. This person, they could have.
Has Andy been mean to you?
Yeah, I wonder why they claim this, because I feel like Marfan syndrome is probably just a gene of some of our ancestors. It's a rare gene of an uncommon ancestor, a small portion of our genetics. Why couldn't it be that, you know?
Doesn't this face look lion-like?
It does. Definitely looks like the lion.
You could see how they would have seen these people as having lions' heads.
Yeah. Now that guy looks like he's wearing a corset.
Yeah.
Where I've seen some there, the Persian or Middle Eastern people tend to wear those.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So these are like substantially large human beings, which I don't think was such a big deal. And I've only just got a few just random pictures here. They're all like in
Native American pictures too, like that.
Yes, in Paris. Let's go Paris. Man, there are some beautiful pictures where you can see people walking down the street. Yeah. And there's lots of different sized people in the crowd. There's quite a lot of different sized people in the crowd, not just one or two, you know. Large people. Large people.
Large people.
Just to give us, and maybe take the word crowds out in streets in cities, Paris. Let's see what we find. Yeah, it's not so easy to find a lot of this information so readily. But there are a lot of these pictures out there, and I have seen quite a lot of pictures that just sort of tell a story, you know. And there are so many of these pictures that one can find if one really starts looking. I had a lot of them on my other computer, which I don't really use here. Maybe I should go and find them at some point. But I do think that there's definitely, you know, there's definitely more to be understood here when we look at this. And so the ideas of the Nephilim are not ideas that we can pass off, right? Oh, you know who put the word Nephilim into our egregore?
Who?
Stitchin.
Ah,
People didn't really know about the Nephilim before him.
wow.
He was
Yeah.
the one that was explaining about the Nephilim to begin with, like decades ago. And because of him, we all know about the Nephilim.
Yeah.
Just as an example. They didn't really know about the Nephilim before. It was like secret Jewish stuff.
Right.
See, the Jews didn't tell us. But he was obviously originally a Jew, and so, you know, he'd originally spoken Jewish, and then from Hebrew he had learnt a lot of other Semitic languages. So I think he was fluent in about 6 different Semitic languages. And he had studied these languages for about 3 to 3.5 decades. And he traveled. He lived in that part of the world. He lived in Egypt. He lived out in the far Middle East and spent a lot of time out there researching. So, like, if there hadn't been other people like that, we probably today wouldn't be able to draw the distinctions between these giant people and these Nephilim, which today is just such a common term we all know. Isn't that interesting? You know?
Yeah.
Like,
No,
yeah.
Apparently, Sitchin and Von Daniken's work inspired the realism movement in Israel. It's a worshipping of the UFOs in synchronous with the Judaic peoples. So very
Well,
interesting movement inspired.
Don't
by
you find it funny because you don't see them doing that?
right?
So does it seem like counterintelligence at work?
Definitely could be misleading the people, kind of bifurcation of their work into like other like similar works.
Basically, let's discredit them. Let's create this foo-foo clan of crazies that want to worship UFOs and stick it to their names.
But you
And
know,
when you ask these guys, they say, this is craziness. I don't know who thought this nonsense up because we would never do that.
more and more people are coming around to think along those lines now. So I think they were probably ahead of their time, but maybe they started kind of a movement by accident, trying to be all foo-foo, and then people are starting to see how they're talking about exposure now. They're re-looking at realism and thinking, whoa, they've been trying to talk to us about this already. But maybe they were really trying to hide the real story and give us a different narrative. And people have a hard time wading through that stuff sometimes. It takes having good intuition, which is kind of a lost touch that in society now amongst men, because they've kind of masked their sadness. And so if we mask our sadness and we feel too macho to cry, it can make our intuitive capacity very diminished, and so it'd be hard to weed through this misinformation and disinformation and new narratives of old stories that are kind of misleading us along with the carried along on a string, trying to get the veil over our heads.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. You know, um, so it's fascinating. Like this realism idea, it makes me think about this notion of preparing us for a Project Bluebeam.
Oh my goodness. Did they go
Yeah.
to a planet? Is that what that one was?
No, well, the Project Bluebeam is to basically launch a fake alien invasion
Oh
of
yeah,
Earth
that's right.
so that the government can create all these really strict rules to govern human beings. Basically, I mean, that's like a really crude shortening of what it represents as an idea.
I was thinking of Project
And-
Serpo.
Sorry?
Project Serpo. Did you ever hear about that, where they sent a bunch of people to an alien planet?
I don't know about this Project Serpo. Who thought this up? Is this a
All right. There's I've heard testimony of people, but you know, they could have been paid actors. I don't know. They're claiming now that it was a 10-year exchange program with aliens from a planet named Serpo in the story.
oh
NASA's real-world missions like Europa Clipper and Test Mission focus on exploring potentially habitable environments, exoplanets. I've spoken to people that have claimed to have like access to a teleport portal, and they have tickets that they showed us. Like, this is my ticket to Mars. And I'm like, what? But like, maybe they were, man. Like, you never know.
I'm trying to remember, and I think I'm mixing up two people. Who was the guy who had a shootout with two FBI agents and shot one of them?
Phil Schneider.
Okay, I was thinking Bill Cooper. But Bill Cooper mentions this, and so does Phil Schneider mention this. And Phil Schneider obviously left the world in suspicious circumstances, as did Bill Cooper.
Unfortunate.
And both of them were very much speaking out about. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some kind of programs that the secret deep government are doing that does involve exchange of technology, exchange of personnel, exchange of DNA data. Right? Like, we get to research their DNA, some of their DNA, they get to research all of our DNA kind of concept. So like it makes a lot of sense to me that, you know, that in the event of us meeting other planetary beings or other beings from other places, that we would naturally be doing that, wouldn't we?
Yeah. And you know, they have like these things they can do that they can't really tell the public about, because you know, people would try to steal the technology. Other governments and nations would want to have it as well and send in spies. They try to keep this stuff under wraps, you know. But how much is there?
Now that's the thing that gets me. Like, since COVID, we can't pretend that there's not a global governance. I think COVID pretty much displayed just how a global governance is. Like, they want us to play off China and Russia and America against each other. But I think like this whole last 5-year period basically showed us in our faces that there is really one world government, and it's the corporations.
And the banks. And those staples of their empire, the petroleum industry, the diamond and gold markets, the list goes on and on. Wheat, GMO corn and wheat and soy, the stuff they try to just push on everybody. It's like what we value as good is like what they're trying to sell us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's like quite interesting when we look at getting back to what you were talking about, the Ogdode, right?
Yeah.
I always think that that's such an interesting concept, like those 4 sets of polarities, right? Because that's essentially what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
And those 4 sets of polarities are sort of connected by 3 relationships, right?
Mhm.
Because if you've got 4 sets of things, you're going to have 3 relations between them fundamentally. But you're also, how does the number cipher work out? So you've got A, B, C, D, then you got A, B, or A, B, C, D. So how many possible combinations have you got when you got 4? How many combinations come from 4 digits? So do any of you guys out there, are there any big mathematicians?
24.
Yeah.
4 times 3 times 2 times 1 are the permutations of n. I got A+ in logic class.
Because from 3 you get 7.
Now there's
So you're saying from 4 you got 24.
12 and 10. Yeah. 10 and 8. But there's 20 altogether of the gods and their offspring. So it starts with Ogdode, and then a decad of 10, and then a dodecad of 12. And the decad and the dodecad are the offspring of 2 partnering.
So if you got 4 that become the decad, and then from there become the dodecad, then you've got 22 and the original 4, which is 26.
Oh, okay. All right.
And that's the tetragrammaton. Yeah.
Yeah, 13 times 2.
The number of the tetragrammaton is 26, which is quite interesting because it brings us back to 8, from a numbers perspective. But there are 1,000. There are 10,000 possible combinations for a 4-digit code. Really?
They interpret the
No, sorry,
tetragrammaton
256.
inferring the 72 names of God as well in the tetragrammaton.
256. Isn't that interesting?
What's that? 256.
If the code permits repeat numbers and the code is only 4 digits, then it would be 444 or 256 possibilities. If no repeats is allowed, then it's 24. So that's interesting, isn't it? It's 24, it's 44, or it's 256. See how those numbers come up? Isn't that beautiful, huh?
Wow, yeah.
But if you're not allowed to repeat a number or so if you got 4 possibilities, it's like you said, it's 24, but that can also be 44 or 256 if you're allowed to repeat digits in your coding.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you can use number 2 twice. Let's say you can have 1 2 2 2 2 as one of your codes. instead of having to use all 4. But that's really beautiful the way that all sort of comes into being, because then you see like 3 becomes so if you've got 2 possibilities, you got A, B, and B, A. So if you've only got 2 things, how many combinations can you have?
It could multiply a lot. Like I think you see this with the Saturn squares. Each of them
So
have
if you got A, B, you could A, B, and you got B, A. Does that make sense?
yeah, and then A,
You've
and
only
B.
got those 2 combinations. If you got 3, you got you got A. No, if you got 2, you got 3 combinations, because
Yes.
you got A, B, B, A. No, you've only got 2 combinations.
No, you got 4 because you got AA and BB and BA and AB. There's potential.
If you allow repetition,
Yeah, but without the
Yeah.
repetition, I see what you mean. Right.
without
Yeah.
repetition. If you've got A, B, C,
Then using like the formulas that we've been given, numbers can become much different than we've been taught. And I like to tell people that how can 1 + 1 = 3? Let's say man and a woman equals man, woman, and child. But alone, man or woman does not multiply. Right?
yeah, totally,
Have
totally.
as to what we've been kind of like kept in the blinders of. And I think we should start to explore that thing. I'm trying to start to develop kind of a codex of mathematical systems where we can choose to use different number systems, base number systems, to apply to different particular things to have more practical applications.
Yeah, man. I think there's a lot to that. So 2 stays 2, 3 becomes 7, 4 becomes 24. So when we've got 5 numbers, right, from 5 digits, what do we got? Now we start to get exponentially more, right? But of course, they're not going to tell us. Why would they tell us? How many combinations come from five digits
120.
without repeating? Okay. So when we've got 5, 120 choices. Isn't that interesting, huh?
Yeah. It's like the number of permutations from 4 is 24, times 5 is 120, times 6 becomes how many there are in 6.
And so we've got 24, got 120. So let's see what they tell us with 6. Oh, no, 6. We're not allowed to know what 6 is.
720.
I think it would be exponentially more. Could it be?
6 times 120, I think. So it comes out to 720.
So the number of possible combinations of 6 numbers without repeating from 10 digits. Oh, from 10 digits. What is from 10 digits is?
I don't know what that part is.
151,200. 720, sorry. So there we go. You were right. There is this pattern, eh?
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Grows fast.
But we see it from 4, don't we? 4 is 24.
Yeah.
We see 120.
6.
120 times 6. Right? So what is 24 times 6? It's 120.
Yeah.
4 times 6 is 144. Isn't that interesting? The octave between the same number of increases of 6 times 24 becomes 144, not 120. But from 120, from 5 to 6, it works out 6 times. Fascinating the way it does that. But I think like there's probably a lot that we could see by looking at these numbers, because I think that these numbers represent the angels.
Mm.
And from these numbers came an understanding of the way in which things interact with other things in the universe. And from this came the ideas of angels. This is something that's I've thought. I mean, what are your thoughts?
I think mathematics is said to be the language of God. And so like the Hebrew language is a mathematical language. And I think if you go back, all the languages were originally mathematical. So when we have words, they have like numerical value, and some people give more merit to that value. And so I think there can be more than meets the eye. And they talk about in the Kabbalah that there's a root language that actually speaks of everything that we hear about, like in the Old Testament and in the Torah, that is in a different narrative that speaks only about the divine principles of the heavenly kingdom and does not refer to mortal things or material things at all. So they say that there's that actual root language is there. You have to go through, I think, 100 and some steps before you're able to be allowed to know what that language is. And I wouldn't doubt that it's probably mathematical.
Yeah, definitely. Like my memories and, my oldest memory, the oldest memory that I've been able to pull through the whole is a memory of standing on a mountain. And it's such a vivid memory. I'm a giant. Yeah. I feel so big. And I don't think it's just like my emotions. I think my body's literally big. And the cloth is so rough on my skin. But my skin feels stronger than my skin now. What a weird concept, huh? And the wood in my hand, I can literally feel the grain of the wood because I've got a staff in my hand. Yeah. And I'm creating this map of the galaxy in my mind. 2, one map of where I am now, which I'm creating, and another map of where I want to be. So imagine you look at yourself, your perspective from one point in time space, and you extrapolate outwards the relationships of the stars as mathematical principles relating triangles of triangulation to other points of triangulation. And you draw this grid of, if taken into account every heavenly body, and you create this 3-dimensional drawing or shape in your mind of all of these, the whole galaxy from the perspective of being on that place. And then you create a map of where you are now. And consciously you decide to merge these 2 maps so that the map of where you want to be overpowers the map of where you are now. And the whole universe does this. It's like gets wonky, and it like wobbles. And when you finally push them together, there's like a popping sound, and you jump like to another place. And I think we used to be able to travel across the galaxy at the speed of thought by doing these mathematical permutations, like high levels of magic. And a random memory that came to me while I was in the dance. I was dancing. I thought like I would leave my body and I'd be in these other places experiencing other things. And that one memory just, it hit me for like the stars looked so different. Like it must be like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of years. I don't know how long ago it is. I don't even know if it's on this planet. The stars look so different. I might have been on a different planet. And so it sort of always had me thinking about these angles that I saw myself working with and thinking, are these the angelic forces that I'm permuting in this geometric structure that I'm building in the consciousness? And there were no words being uttered. It was literally just creating a template of reality and pushing that template of reality into another template of reality, so that the template that I want goes on the forefront of the other template and imprints itself upon this template in such a way that the template that I'm left in is the template I wanted and not the template I had been in before. And I suppose it's like the most direct way to changing the reality around you, to traveling, that must be the secret of teleportation, though the secret of that is having the mathematical ability to be able to permute in your mind, without any technology, a full 3D impression of the entire galaxy as it relates to me in this point in time space. And then, while keeping that in the back of my mind, create another template of reality from where I want to see the universe from, and making these two merge. And to think of that like, it makes me think of Mart, right? And like the holy laws of Mart. And, I would say that when we look at Mart from ancient Egypt, right? Mart is expressively understood by numbers. So the metering and the measuring, the meter, I think all these words come from the same root. And so we can basically consider that the original idea of Mart, which is related to truth, is it not, Indy?
Yeah, truth and justice.
Numbers.
And reincarnation, rebirth.
Yeah. And it's all numbers. Like the only way that the ancient Egyptians, as far as I know, actually related to Mart was through number. They kept the idea of Mart so abstract that it was pure number. So this is like where the word of Mart became math.
Yeah.
Meter. To meet something out, to measure something. The idea of measurement, like, because to measure something is to know the truth of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
To measure a mountain is to know the scale of that mountain, how high it is, how big it is, what distance it is to get to the summit. Once you know everything there is to know about that mountain, it's no longer a mystery. It's now something that's understood. And I think like in basic terms, we've lost this ability to interact directly with these numerations. And so we had to personify them. And the personification of these principles became what we know as the angels, the angles.
Yeah, the numbers of Ma'at is 42 transgressions that she judges with the feather and the heart, which is interesting. And I think the number I was talking about earlier with the steps of ascension referred to 136 steps of Jacob's ladder of self-refinement. The first step is the ego. You have to overcome the ego in the first step, which is a very formidable step. And then so I can imagine the other 135 also be very challenging self-transformations.
And it's interesting when we look at those 42 ideas of Mart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like the whole notion of 42, that's 7 cycles of 6.
Right. So like
So-
instead of like the 10 commandments, she has like 42 commandments. And
Well,
I've seen them
I
done
draw.
well, them done poorly.
Sorry, brother. Continue.
So they'll have it be like some things that are very like comprehensible, and sometimes it seems very repetitive and like they're not really interpreting it well. But when you look at the ones that are done well, the 42 transgressions of Ma'at, it's very challenging to be able to go through life in not having committed any of these.
Yeah. Let me pull up a hexagram just to give you an idea of okay. So here's how I would understand the idea of Mart from a conceptual perspective, right? Yeah, we see there's a hexagram, right? Can you see it? Are we on the same page? Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, okay. Can you also see, can you see my pointer on there moving
do.
around?
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm going to just go here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw a triangle going downwards here, right? So there is 6 here, right?
Ah.
There is 6 here, right? And there is 6 here. And if you go around, there are 6 cycles of 6. Yeah? Then each one will make a point here. There. There'll be a point there, 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 and there'll be 6 points. And if we then continue those lines, right, then we make a 6th hexagram in the center of that. Does that make sense to you? So
Yeah.
here to here, we draw there like that. And then here to here, we draw like that. And that makes the 7th hexagram inside. So this hexagram then contains within it 7 hexagrams. So that makes 42. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's now 7 cycles of 6, all contained within the cycle of 6. That's like opening up the flower of the hexagram. Like, I don't know if you've seen the images that I've sometimes shared. Like, I draw this on the beach every morning. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This particular symbol is so important to me when I consider Mart and truth. These 7 cycles of 6. And that it seems to be bound within the hexagram. And then it shows us, the 7 planetary reflections of Venus. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
So it's that connection between Venus and the 7 planetary potentials. And so, to me, it seems really interesting that when we look at this, we see this sort of Mart's relation is related to the harmony of the universe. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're talking about harmony represents the affluence of cosmic order, if that makes sense. And so cosmic order, you could say, is a reflection of the harmony and the principles of harmony. And so when I think of Venus, yeah, I think of the gateway to the mysteries. I think of that sacred path that leads to the inner light, which is the truth. Yeah. And so we might not see a direct relation between Mart and Venus that's easy to follow, but I've always drawn that association between Venus and Mart. What are your thoughts on Venus, the planet, as being the only planet that spins in a different direction to all of the planets in our solar system? Everybody's spinning, Venus is doing the other direction. And Venus is like, yeah?
I would associate Venus with Isis, firstly, but not to say that I wouldn't also associate Venus with Ma'at. There are many like amazing sacred feminine goddesses of Egypt that are they're all like very beautiful and very fertile in addition to other aspects. So but I could also see that Ma'at might be associated with like Libra, and Libra is associated with what celestial body is not the moon, is it Venus? Yeah, Libra is Venus. So yeah, I would associate Ma'at more so with Libra than Taurus.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the number 42, it relates to Venus.
Cool.
Of course, because like it's 4 + 2, it's 6.
Okay.
But it's also, notice this. Okay, so where's that little pesky little anagram? Where did they put it? Would you please bring the anagram? The real anagram, the one that came from Chaldea, the old one, not the one that was invented in the 1920s and embodied in the 1950s and 60s. I seem to have an affinity for things that are old.
Me too.
I don't trust all of this new stuff.
Yeah.
Does that mean I'm like an old, what you call it? Like a dinosaur? Maybe I'm a dinosaur.
Okay. You're wise old.
So what were we talking about? Yes, 42. So 4 represents the north node from a perspective of Chaldean numerology and Vedic numerology. They all come from the same source. So 4 represents the north node. It also represents Uranus. It represents the knowledge, the law. And 2 represents the attunement potential, right? The potential to be attuned with something, that sensitivity that connects one thing to another thing, so that the two things have got one line of information flowing between them, right? Which we could subjectively outline as empathy. Empathy is the ability of one consciousness to attune to another consciousness and to experience subjectively objective emotional states. So we look at 42 here, we see this connection between the moon and Uranus and the north node. And then we look at the north node, right? And what the north node represents. The north node represents where we're going towards. Yeah? So it's got a subtle ode towards the North Pole star. Yeah? The north node of the moon. So you see that connection with Venus and the north node of the moon with that number 42. And 42 is then tracked into number 6, obviously. Because like when we look at it like here, right? 4 is the midpoint between 2 and 6 when we look at this particular enneagram. Because there's different enneagrams interacting here. There's actually a third enneagram I could add in here, but it really confuses the image. and it adds it to a whole nother dimension. And you know the anagram I'm talking about, right? The one that goes like this. I don't know. Oh, you can't see my mouse, but it's
one
these are the ones that we used in the Chaldeans system. But there's one more traditional anagram which could be added onto this to add extra relationships between the different numbers, which I think are quite useful when understanding numbers. But here we get a clear sense of the connection with 2, 4, and 6, and how they 2 and the 4 and the 6 find its culmination in the number 8. And here you can see why 8 has such a strong affinity with the sun, why Saturn and the sun are so connected, why in some Kabbalistic traditions Saturn is in Tifareth. In other Kabbalistic traditions or ways of understanding it, number 8 is in Het, which they call Hort in modern permutations of language. But it's just really interesting to sort of like put this out there. So these 7 permutations of 6 and this 42 laws of Mart, I think are like quite fundamental to understanding the gateway to the mysteries. And Henry, the water's on the other side, my darling. Hey? Water's on the other side. Hey? Uh-oh. We've got a Malamud coming here to check how close I get to this little Pekingese. I'm not allowed to interact too closely, too much with the Pekingese, because yes, Daddy can't give you too much loving. You're just a little cutie. Are you a moody little dog? The water's on the other side, okay? Hey, say hello. Oh, he's a daddy's little boy. I've got to be careful how much attention I give him. If I give him too much attention, my Malamute gets very jealous. You have no idea of how a Malamute owns its owner, or its like friend or whatever, you know, like the person responsible for them. Like I can cause trouble by being too close to the other dogs. I've got to measure every amount of love I give them and like share them out equally, because he's sitting there like a mart. He's measuring, right? He's keeping track of like, hold on, you gave him attention more than you gave me attention. This is not on. As long as I make sure that Ori gets slightly more attention than everybody else, everybody's fine.
Yeah, I know how that goes. My dog Peanut that we recently lost was so protective, and like even his own master, my girlfriend, would like try to come up to lay down in bed or like try to like hand something to me, and we were sitting next to each other. He would not let her go anywhere near me, but it was her dog. It was just so silly. And but he was really protective. And Enki, his son, is kind of like that to some degree with people, but and with other animals, really jealous of attention. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta watch it because Ori's big, and he's a bully. Sometimes he's a bully to little Henry. So, like, if I give the little one too much attention, the big one gets really like scary to the little one, and then I've got to go in. I've literally got to get hold of him. You know, and he's this snarling 60-kilogram Malamute, teeth and froth everywhere. Just because I gave the little one too much loving. And the little one is cheeky because he'll come and jump on my lap when I'm on the couch. And he knows that winds up the Malamutes. Ori. Oh my gosh. Dogs. But this is interesting, when we look at... So Mart works with Anubis, right? Anu. Bis. Anubis. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find a plaque of Mart and Anubis together.
Anubis, she yields the feather from her wings. Anubis weighs it on the scale against the heart. And meanwhile, Jehudi is the scribe that writes down her judgment.
I can't find any original images, can I? Is that an original image? Or is that a made-up image? It's very hard. No, cartoon. It's getting harder to find original images, isn't it? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, you get really
Here
small
we go.
results. It's like astounding.
What was that, dear brother?
For image searches, you get such a small amount of results now. It used to be like 5,000 pages. So you go through like one after another of windows of pages, links. Now there's just like one page with like a dozen options that you get for a search. It's like unbelievable how small of the amount of information you get now, especially images.
So there we can see. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we can see basically the idea of Anubis and Nut having their relationship. And namaste, dear Esme. How are you doing? Are you well? I hope you're all thriving. I hope you guys are all having a jovial week. It was a special day for me yesterday. Here's an interesting point. Thinking of these numbers as being permutations. So this actually gets us back on track, like really the birth of an archetype. I was having this conversation with my beloved. I don't know if she's here now, but she's had such a busy day. She's probably just kicking back and relaxing and taking time out of digital now. But something she said, and I think I should share it here. We were talking about like me. It's very hard to have a conversation with me without the Saturn sigil and the Saturn square being a part of the conversation, as you've noticed, right? It's not just when I'm on the round table. It's just like everything. It seems to come up for me. I can see how that Saturn square and Saturn association is just like it's everywhere. So let me bring it up.
I really love it because it's also the Bagua square that forms the 64 hexagrams from Taoism. So it's very strong resonance with me as well.
Yeah, man, exactly. So like I was talking about this, the sigils hidden within the sigil. Yeah. Because she comes from Norse. She's a Viking, my girlfriend. So she's Norse, essentially. She's her family hail from Northern Europe. Danish. So basically I see all these sigils forming here, which to me look like runes, and these triangles, and the way that they relate to the hexagram being opened up. I hope that makes sense. These two triangles on the right-hand side here. Maybe I should get onto this image and show you what I mean here with my fingers. So here, if you can see my mouse, here I see the triangle, and here I see the triangle. And you see these two triangles are almost like opened up versions of a triangle that's coming together. You know, it's like they've been elongated and pulled apart, but at the same time compressed to form this rhombus square. And we're looking at these two triangles from an angle, if that makes sense. We're not looking at them from the usual perspective. So it's like they've been twisted at an angle. And that 5 always sits in the center, right? That 5 number always sits in the center. And something that my partner was saying was, when she sees this, it makes her think of a keypad. Yeah?
Mm.
You know, like a key, a lock, a keypad. And here we have a set of numbers, like you punch in 1, This is the pattern of the keypad that you're punching in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The first punch is here. The second punch is here. The third punch is here. The fourth punch is there. Fifth punch, sixth punch, right? Seventh punch, eighth punch, ninth punch. So you're making a code. It's like a dialing code for a keypad that opens a door. And I love the way she put that. Like, it makes her think of a makes her think of a keypad that we don't use keys anymore. And we were talking about a dream that she'd had with all these keys. Was it keys? Something like that. And I don't think we were specific. I think it had just been mentioned. But anyway, the idea of a keypad and a pattern of numbers being pressed out, which is then represented in geometric terms as a sigil, which is representing a particular series of pushing out these buttons. Think of like a Stargate. Yeah. If you had like to enter numbers into a Stargate and you had to enter them in a particular pattern and you had to use all 9 symbols, that Saturn square is sort of like a keypad to open something that's extra dimensional. And so this makes me think of the angels, right? That all these sigils that we have for the angelic sigils are all different dialing codes to access that level of consciousness. We've got General Shinobi, Systematic Zoo. Namaste. How are you doing, dear Shinobi? I hope you're good. There's still light where you are. My gosh, is that for real? Are we on like, you're in the UK and you've still got light? It's like it's night here, dude. It's been dark for hours. Big love, big blessings. For those of you who don't know, Shinobi is a researcher. He's also been getting into his podcasting rhythm. You can find his channel. It's on here. He's going to be putting up more information, more and more. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you here. And how are you doing, man? Tell us a little bit about yourself, where we can find you.
Hey guys, good to see you. Yeah, it's 7:30 p.m. here in the UK, British summer time. So yeah, it's still gonna be light for a little while. Yeah, my name's Toby, General Shinobi. I've got a YouTube channel, Systematic Zoo, where I will be uploading more content soon. I've just started going on other podcasts like Forbidden Knowledge News Network and the Grey Horns Pagans podcast. I've been collecting bits and bobs of knowledge, or like keys, I guess, for the past 3 years, and just recently decided that it's really important to share them, because the keys, or like puzzle pieces, archetypes are one of them. They unlock doors in our minds so we can kind of understand who we are, where we are, what reality is all about, the great mystery. So yeah, for example, today I was learning about Baphomet, who would be an archetype, I guess, and the sort of inversion of that, and how Baphomet's kind of like Lucifer, I guess, or the scapegoat, the goat-headed one, who's been cast out of people's minds. And Baphomet is also seen as as Sophia, as like a wisdom, and the symbol of Baphomet encodes the Hermetic principles of like as above, so below, all is gender, so on and so forth. And earlier I was just sort of chewing on the word Baphomet and like, what does it mean? And I came to the conclusion that the Ba is the Ba part of our soul, which is the sort of persona or identity, or I guess the feminine part, which is the soul, and then the spirit would be the Ka. So you have the Ba and the Ka. So that's the Ba. And then the Fo originates, it's a French word. It basically means fire. So there you have the Ba of the intuition, the inner feminine, which is more of like a water, and then the foe, which is the fire. And then you have the Met, which is kind of the Mercury, where they both meet. So the word in itself, the bar and the foe, both meet, is this symbol sort of shows that. You have the as above, so below, all is gender. You have the fire on the top of the head, which represents the car or the spirit, or like the knowledge, I guess. But yeah, I was just looking up that earlier, and I thought that this chat is titled "The Birth of an Archetype," but also I think it's good to talk about how archetypes have been inverted or flipped or cast out of the mind, or the death or the changing of archetypes also, and what the essence of an archetype is, because that's what it's all about, really. Like you have the yin yang, like you say, the yin in the yang in the yin. It's one symbol, but it contains the duality. But really, the essence of it is that it's both one and the same. So yeah, that's what I've been looking into today specifically. Really enjoying your guys' conversation, by the way. I've been in the chat on my phone while I've been having my dinner. I wasn't able to get involved, but the kids are in bed now. So yeah. Hey Andy, it's been a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I love that you consider that the yin and the yang are both the same, that they have the same shape, and that they also fit together into a greater shape, which makes them one in a sacred union. So it's a beautiful dynamic, and it all kind of plays out in the Bagawa square, where we have the Saturn square laid out in the block of numbers from 1 to 9. You'll notice that as it goes from 1 to 2 to 3, and then it goes to 4, 5, 6 across the board down the middle, just like the yin yang kind of crosses across the middle of that line and then goes back around to the circle. So that's that middle line that the sage walks in Taoism, the middle path.
Here's interesting point. I like what you say about this. I've always associated Baphomet with this image myself as well. Indy. I just can't draw them. I can't draw a separation because of Saturn's goat symbolism, right? And Saturn represents the integrity of bringing things together, of contraction, the contracts between all the different things as they operate together to create a synergy of motion and activity, but all together for a single purpose, you could say. Interesting when we look at the word Baphomet. They tell us that it's got to do with French origins. Oh, I think there we go. Back. Welcome back. They tell us that it's got to do with French origins. And I'm like, somebody's trying to play with me. It's got to do with Muhammad. Come on. I'm like, seriously, do you want me to swallow that? But it's interesting when we look at the foam. Okay, so foam in for example, in the Thai language, the word foam is the word for I, me, masculine, idea of self. Interesting. The foam Naga people of Nagaland, but it's not quite as clear or objectively direct, but the origin of stones from a legend. And foam has got to do with rocks and mountains. Yeah? And Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, for example, is derived from Phnom Penh, which means Penn's Hill. So when I think of phone, I think of, in England, you got all those mounds. Yeah. You got the white horse, you got all those. I think that's a phone. And that phone represents masculine force rising up off the earth like a mound. And always in the bottom of that mound, there's a cavity, a feminine doorway into the mystery. And from the top of that foam, you would have the ability to plan and organize. Masculine idea. You want to plan a war, you climb on top of a hill, you take a look around, you get the lay of the land, I send my forces there. As a king, you could be like sending signals to your soldiers from up top there, right? If I send a reflection of light with a mirror towards you, it means you guys need to march. And I could have a code of 5 flashes means march that way. And I could be sending codes to different people using mirrors. You could have a few mirrors, people up there, bouncing a light from a mirror to send messages to people. So anyway, that's like foam. So when I think of that foam, then I think of et. Et represents at, the word at in English, which is Aleph Tav, which is the first and last of the alphabetical letters, which come from Phoenician or Paleo-Hebrew. So they represent Aleph Tav. Now, from the tarot, that represents the fool and the world. Isn't that interesting? The fool and the world together. The fool representing the whole journey of the spiritual evolution, of the world representing your body, who you are, as like the formation of your character, personality. So, and also it relates to the Alpha and the Omega when we think of that, when we think of the word. So hence we say at. At is about location. Once again, going back to this, location services, right? Triangulation. We see this is all about triangulation. There's 3 sets of forms of triangulation being represented here as a keypad code to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Just keep that on the back loader. So then we've got foam et, and then we've got ba. Now the ba relates to the astral body. So you've got the ka, the etheric body, which is like the body of vital essences and thought-based thinking that flows through the physical body of the ancient Egyptian, one body. Then you've got the ba body, which is who we really are, our emotional character, which is based on our feelings. It's based on the real formations of who we are. The thoughts that we think are just random ideas that structure life force. But the emotions of who we are, that's what drives us. Our desires are an expression of our passions, are an expression of our feelings, are an expressions of our emotions. And the emotions become the feelings of the ba. So the ba doesn't really relate to the emotions as much as it does the feelings, in my opinion. The emotions, I think, are stemming into the arc body. And the arc body represents that higher celestial body that transcends life and death. Now we're going back to the story of Mart, right? The arc is that's the self that gets judged. The ba and the ka are dropped off. They are left behind in order to reach the halls of Amenti, from that particular school of thought. So when we then relate that to ba from et, you could translate that word to meaning that emotional structure, which is the true root of the self through the feelings that produce that singularity of purpose and free will and choice and movement through the world that connects us to the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end of all things. So it represents the balance of things between physical and spiritual, and it represents the forces of the Alpha and the Omega coming together in a synergy of synchronous expression of, the forces of time being coordinated in a. So Baphomet is like a really interesting, archetype. Here's a question: like, are these archetypes alive, or are they only like when a tree falls in the forest? Does it only fall because we're watching it fall? Right? The idea, the nature of reality. Are these beings only alive because of our attention, or are they alive of their own volition? What are your guys' thoughts on this as an idea?
Well, my thought on the Baphomet specifically is that it's a symbol, and symbols emit a frequency. Like, for example, I think there's two different types of archetypes. I look at everything as duality. Like, you use the Saturn sigil, I use the middle of the Enneagram, the fire, the water, and the eye in the middle, masculine and feminine. So with the archetypes, there's two different archetypes. I think there's one which is a symbol, which is the matter, which is the feminine, which is the frequency, like sigils. They emit frequencies. And then you also have the patterns, the more kind of the pitter patter, the sort of patterns you see outside in the world. So there's two kind of different types of archetypes there. And I think that the matter, the sigils and logos, I guess, like images, they emit frequencies, like they tell a story, they're a store of energy. Whereas other archetypes like gods, like Zeus and things like that, and the stars as well, they're also frequencies that we can tap into, but it's kind of I've lost my train of thought really, but I think that they evoke an energy, and obviously all energy is alive at some kind of like form, like the anima and the animus. It's kind of everything has a spirit, I guess. But I think that there's sort of secrets encoded in these archetypes, be them gods or symbols, that they can ignite something from us which we draw into the world.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Were you still going on? Keep continuing on if you are.
I just wanted to say about with the Baphomet as well, that the Knights Templar, I view Knights Templar as the temple knight, and the knight is the subconscious or the dark or the feminine intuition, and that the temple is the mind, and the Knights Templar, they were tapped into the subconscious hidden realms of the mind, and they found that at Solomon's Temple, which may have been a real place, but it's also the soul of man, that they found all of this ancient wisdom that they were able to use, and people were told that they worshipped Baphomet. They didn't. They just used it as a sort of archetypal energy, I guess. Worshipping isn't the right word for it, but clearly they built amazing structures, were connected to the earth or the spirit of the earth and Gaia. And in the end, they were demonized and they were killed on Friday the 13th. And Friday is Freya's day, who is a feminine archetype, also god of nature, I guess, and fertility, like Pan, the goat-headed god. And the 13 has also been demonized because 13 is in Hebrew is mem, which is water, which is feminine. And then also the 13 makes the 4, and the 4 is the force around us. It's like a plasma, or it's where our thoughts come from, like the place of the Ma, dark matter. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that there's a lot to the Knights Templar, and sort of the way that they sort of not used currency, but allowed gold or the money, the transfer of energy to be sent around the world, more of in a flow state, whereas now it's stagnant and it's stuck in the banks, etc. So I think there's a lot to dig into with them. And in the future, I'm going to make a video about the Baphomet, Pan, Enki, Lucifer, and the Knights Templar, and the suppression of that feminine, subconscious, intuitive spirit, which is the magic all around us, which can be tapped into.
Yeah, apparently it was always thought that for a long time that the Knights Templar worship Baphomet, but apparently I think it's been a misinterpretation that the Knights Templar actually worship Sophia, and in the changing of the herstory to the history, they kind of try to demonize them by implanting Baphomet there. But Baphomet was worshipped by another cult. I don't have that information.
Baphomet is Sophia. It's wisdom.
Popularized by Eliphas Levi in 1856. But Baphomet's a brilliant character, and it integrates the masculine and feminine sacred union and the oppositorium coincidentia, where you're unifying the two sacred poles of the opposites into a harmonic union with each other. And it's a beautiful representation. Also, there's other interesting archetypes like that, like Abraxas, that also do a similar thing, where they integrate the male and feminine and female anatomy and like symbols of the image of Abraxas show like a rooster head or a cock head with like snake arms. And typically it was originally shown as a female body and womb with breasts and or no, she had snake for legs, and then she would hold a whip, and in the other hand I can't remember what the other thing would be that you would hold, but it was a woman that's also like has a rooster head. But nowadays when you search for Baphomet or when you search for Abraxas, it always says that it was always a man with a man's body, and it never was. So there's something strange going on with the internet searches and the information out there, and it's getting really mixed up. But I like the ideas of these various archetypes that are integratory like that. They're very powerful, and I know that the Knights Templar worship Sophia, which is pretty interesting because Sophia, if you look at the Ogdode and then the breakdown of the Decad and the Dodecad, Christos and Sophia are paired as a match in heaven. So there's a very powerful figure that there would be good reason to cover that up. For also the same reason, the Knights Templar are associated with protecting, after the Merovingians, protecting the Holy Grail, the descendants of Mary Magdalene and Christ.
Yeah, the Baphomet is Sophia because Sophia is the goddess of wisdom, and wisdom is a balance of knowledge and intuition, or masculine and feminine energies. Like that's like the yin yang. When you realize that both energies are one in the same, then you get Baphomet. And I think Baphomet sort of embodies Sophia because of the union. And also on his arms, I can't remember what it says. It's Solve Carney. Like I can't remember what it said, what the second word is, but it's to do that basically says yin yang, that sort of you have to dissolve something or split something to get to the core or the center. And I mean, like, I don't know if Sophia has a face or a symbol, but I mean, Baphomet is sort of wisdom symbolized, I guess, because of the whole duality, the dualistic nature of it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can see like a stylized version of Baphomet as an image. Yeah, you can see the connection with Saturn, Capricorn. Obviously, it's there, but we can also see you got the two crescents of the moon, which are symbolically representing the idea of this polarities of night and day. And So Venus traditionally, like if you go to Sumeria, for example, Venus has got two different names, doesn't it? They considered it like Venus of the night and Venus of the day. And there's often been this concept of Venus of night and day. Yeah. Representing, and Venus, obviously the hexagram represents the as above, so below. So there are, in the Gnostic circles, I believe there are certain stories about how Sophia fell from grace. Yeah. And Sophia's fall from grace is often related to Venus, the planet, and the deity that relates to Venus. So Sophia and this polarized version of Venus, the day star, and Venus, the night star. And so we see this idea of Venus being related to wisdom, yeah, and why Emmanuel is called the day star, which is a title of Venus, yeah, and why Venus is often related to the gateway to the mysteries of wisdom, sacred wisdom. And so all of those arches that you move through are the arch of Venus going into the sacred tunnels of Set, for example. So, and you were mentioning Inanna earlier, right?
Yeah.
Inanna's descent into the underworld, that's Venus. What we're talking about, the story. And that is the same idea and the same story that the Gnosticists are speaking about with the fall of Venus or of
Uranus.
No,
Persephone?
of
Persephone.
Sophia.
Oh, Sophia.
Because Sophia fell from the grace. Sophia came from the good, the place called the good, and then fell into this world because she had given birth to Yaldabaoth. And Yaldabaoth, she couldn't handle Yaldabaoth. It was like, oh my gosh. So she pushed him here. And Yaldabaoth stylized himself as the creator and started to differentiate and pull out of his being different angles, different angels, different substances, which then compounded and compounded to become like this, all the heavens and all the worlds, until the physical realm came into being, which was like through a series of tricks. And so Sophia then had to fall into this physical manifestation in order to trick Yaldabaoth so that she could bring the sacred essence of Adam into the humanity, so that humanity could have this redemption and this potential eternal life. So this is like what the Christos is all supposed to be, talking about. It's the same idea. It's just the same concept, but it always comes back to this Venetian concept. And so Venus represents harmony and beauty. And the harmony and beauty is sort of representative of knowledge and wisdom. Yeah. Because through the harmony, one is able to understand Mart. And the harmony and the beauty is what inspires our ability to associate things through the intuitive functions. Yeah. Like it inspires us to reach beyond ourselves. So I think like when we look at Baphomet, it does have strong resonances with Venus through the resonances that it represents, the Sophias once fallen into the physical realm, that polarizing potential that brings the unity and structure and divinity to the cosmos. While the music of the spheres are all in a state of harmony, that is Venus's work. So Venus becomes then the embodiment of wisdom here. And this is why I think Inanna was worshipped as the goddess of wisdom, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Also, I wanted to point out in the story of the descent of Inanna, she is eventually saved by her handmaiden by pleading to Enki to come to her aid and get her out of the underworld from the hook that she was on, and down there at the lowest level. And then when she came back, Dumuzi, her brother, and I think maybe her handmaiden agreed to go back and serve her time there, but each one took half of a year. And so that explained why the seasons became as they were. which makes me wonder that if that was maybe a marking of a significant time when the seasons began, maybe when the Earth maybe became tilt off its axis or something. But it's very interesting because they integrate all of that astronomical and astrological stuff into their stories that are associated with the stories of people and gods that are here. So this is so well integrated and amazing stories that they've put together. But also we have the stories that came from them are the stories of Eurydice and Persephone. And in the story of Persephone, she agrees to come back and spend her winters in Hades, which is why it gets cold during that time of the year, because she's away in Hades. But you don't have that same story in Eurydice's story. It doesn't have that seasonal aspect.
Yeah, that's very interesting, you know. This heavy polarity which seems to be reflected in Venus, which is why I think like we relate to Venus as the hexagram, the downward pointing triangle and the upward pointing triangle, which you could say represents the extremities of season.
Yeah.
You know, like heat and cold as extremes, and dryness and wetness as extremes, summer and winter. And which is quite interesting, you know. And then these two are then subdivided into four. And Abraxas is often related to that very strange looking hexagram, right? Which isn't really a true hexagram, but that concept which is drawn as such, yeah, which the Rosicrucians use, which I think is supposed to symbolically explain the relationship between 1 and 2 is reflected as 4. So the polarity of 1 and 2 became the 4 seasons, if that makes sense. The upward and downward triangle pointing of the upward point and the bottom point resolve each other, and then the other 4 points become the 4 cardinal points of the axis of Earth and the 4 seasons. So I think like there's something to this, like what you're saying about the seasons being created. And I wonder if it has a lot to do with the time that we started agriculture.
Yeah.
Maybe before then we didn't need to
Yeah.
measure the seasons.
Yeah. It
But
makes
now we needed to measure the seasons because it was important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot to that. That's actually a sound theory. Very sound.
Have you guys noticed that there's a common theme here with Sophia creating the demiurge, Pandora opening the box and letting all the bad things out, Eve biting the apple and like opening up their minds to what was really going on, but that's been inverted and Eve seemed to be the bad one. There's Lucifer cast out of heaven, and also obviously Pandora would be like Pan, because Pandora, it means all doors, but I think there's a correlation here. This is all the same archetype: Lucifer, Sophia, Baphomet, Pan, Pandora, Enki. It's all the same feminine archetype. I know Enlil and Enki are known as brothers, but I see them as polarities, like Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. And of course, lots of these archetypes have been switched. Like we're told that they're masculine, like Abraxas was changed from having a female body to a male body. So we don't really understand what that means. But I just find it very interesting that it's always the feminine archetype that gets blamed for how things are. It may be true because the feminine archetype is chaos and the masculine is order, but you need both. You need to, I can't think of the word, but you need for transmutation, you need change. Something needs to die, which doesn't mean to not exist. It just means to change form or change hue or color or light or something. So, but all these female archetypes are seen as bad. Like Lucifer, for example, is always seen as a guy like a goat head, red with pitchfork. But I think that Lucifer is more of a feminine archetype. Like Lucifer is the bringer of light, and light comes from water, which is a feminine. And I just find this all so interesting how it's always the feminine archetype that gets the blame. And I think that's where we've gone wrong with understanding these archetypes and these stories and these myths.
Yeah, and the story of the descent of Inanna, she goes down there on purpose to the underworld to challenge her sister Ereshkigal for power. Whereas later in the other stories, it's more like the masculine figures like want to bring her down there and steal her away because she's so beautiful. But then the hero has to go rescue her, and the male hero has to go, do his thing and save the maiden. But you can see the stark change from the herstory to the history, where it's just a woman jealous of her sister, just doing, womanly things and sacred feminine stuff where they're goddesses. And so there's like the men involved are like Enki, who's like a very much of a servant of the sacred feminine and the matriarchal goddesses and stuff, whereas his brother was more challenging, although he did agree somehow to have his son Marduk take out Tiamat, apparently. But it's really not like of his character, because I feel like he's more in service.
Yeah, did Marduk, I'm not sure where I heard this, but did Marduk get given the bull helmet of Enlil? Because Marduk aligns with the essence of Enlil, not Enki. So something happened with this archetype, like Enki here, Enlil there, but Marduk's on the side of Enlil. And I think that that's the bull, the age of Taurus with Moloch and stuff. And I think that the helmet got given to Marduk, that he got, corrupted, his blood got corrupted or something.
Probably he was probably a lot defiant like his father was, because in order to develop deep understanding and wisdom, you need to question everything. And so he probably questioned everything that his father was trying to put on him, and then was more interested in the things he wasn't seeing. What about those other things you don't tell me about, like my uncle? What about that stuff? And so he probably found the mystique in that and more appealed to that potentially, and was drawn away from his path that he was put in. But he was supposed to have the throne and everything. If he had followed as a sage, he very well may have, and it could have ushered in a beautiful age. But things went awry when he ended up following his, warmongering uncle Enlil.
Yeah, because you have the age of Taurus, obviously, with Moloch, and then worshipping Enlil, the bull, and then the age of Aries didn't seem to be much different. But then something happened in the age of Pisces, where obviously in each age there's a new god, a new archetype. But it seems that from Taurus to Aries there was still the same kind of warlike, I guess, energy. And in the age of Pisces it was a bit different. Maybe it shifted to the side of Enki, if you're looking at them as the yin and the yang, or Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. Pisces was more Enki, connected to earth, water, feminine archetypes. Perhaps lots of cathedrals were built then. Maybe they're much older, but I think it was in the age of Pisces when we were connected to the earth. And then now we're going into Aquarius, where there's a new war for which main archetype or god is gonna rule.
Yeah, and Enki is the god of the sea, much like Poseidon in the Greek pantheon, which is also associated with the bloom and the sacred waters. And so I just want to put that in there as well.
Enki has the goat head and also the fish tail as well. So, and of his he's associated with Saturn. So that would be Capricorn, which is obviously the goat, and also Aquarius, the water bearer. There's a picture of Enki which looks exactly like an image of Aquarius, pouring water. So I think that this age we're going into now could be the age of wisdom, or the age of Enki, where we're more connected to water and the earth. But it seems that this AI or this Ahrimanic force is trying to force its way out of this primordial womb before the other. Like we're not wise to have AI yet. This AI energy is trying to force its way out. So before we can use it, it's trying to use us, if that makes sense. Because AI isn't bad, but there's a fine line of us using it as a tool or it using us. And it seems like we're the ones that are being farmed rather than AI being a shepherd and guiding us like a new, like a guardian of dimensions, like a god would. It would guide us, this archetype. But it seems like humans are the ones being used. It's feeding off of us rather than the other way around.
Yeah, interestingly, I don't think Enki is ever associated with goat heads, to my knowledge, in my studies. But you know, there's so much out there that's always being translated from all those tablets. We were talking about earlier how there's up to 2 million tablets to be translated. Only about around like 30,000 have been translated out of there. Up to 100,000 haven't really been looked at. So there's so much more always coming to light. But also, I want to mention that there's Enki is usually associated with the fish. Because he taught people wisdom of how to be civilized after the flood, and there's that association. But he also has the Apkallu that have the bird-headed people that are said to be half fish, and then they have like a birded head. So there's like the wisdom of the bird and like the wisdom of the fish that's also indicative of Oannes and Dagon. But also we have he's the god of creation and wisdom and water. So there's a lot there. Like as I mentioned earlier, like the sea kind of ties back to creation, like all things kind of sprang from the sea in some understandings of how the things developed here. But they say that he's always depicted as a man in a horned cap with long robes. I've seen him depicted with like a fish tail or a serpent tail as well.
Okay, so I've had a bit of a little bit of a rabbit hole here while you guys are talking. You're talking about Lucifer. I was like, I couldn't resist. So I had to go and look at this. Like, what is this Lu cipher that we keep talking about? What cipher is this Lu? And so Lu in Sumerian. Now, it's important to understand that, like, according to the anthropologists, Phoenician language was, the characters were drawn from the land of Chem's hieroglyphics, but they were speaking Sumerian. And prior to them writing in Phoenician, the same language was being written in Sumerian characters. It was just like, hold that in the back of your mind. So we were speaking Sumerian in Phoenicia, same language, basically. Obviously, it had changed and evolved, like, I'm guessing, to some extent. So it makes me want to look at the Sumerian language. So then I go to Sumerian, I see it. So what is the meaning of Lu? What is this Lu cipher? So the word Lu in Sumerian means man or human being or person. Interesting. Lu. Then we want to like understand what is the word cipher. Now this becomes a little bit more complex. The prefix of psi, far, cipher, psi means to stand upright. So that makes perfect sense when we're looking at mankind or a human being, man, and standing upright. It makes sense that those two syllables would be together, doesn't it? Because humans stand upright. It's describing what a human is, Lu Psi. Then when we start to get into that, a little rabbit hole I went down was for the ruin of Fehu, which is sometimes related to Fiu or Fir, which relates to fire. The word fire and the number 4. Back in the mind, just like hang on to that. That's Norse. Norse language. And obviously that represents like abundance, prosperity, wealth, success. I think it relates to the idea of a cattle, Aleph, the bull of heaven. Okay, so there's like that subtle connection there with the bull, with Aleph, with the Fool tarot card, with abundance, with, you know, positivity coming to you. That's just what we could see in the Fyr if we look at it from the Norse. But when we jump into the Sumerian, which is what we were on, that Fyr was just a rabbit hole I jumped out on the side because it's really difficult to get to the bottom of this Sumerian idea. We then end up with Ur, right? Ur means dog, right, in Sumerian. Now, the dog, as it's stationed in Anubis, which is to do with the afterlife, and in Shiva worship as well, there's the Vairab knot. Vairab is got to do with locking us in to life and death paradigm, right? So it's about locking human beings into being born and dying, and this whole story with Anubis and Mart weighing our soul and that whole cycle. I think that's what's being insinuated here with the idea of a dog. And then Fi. What does Fi mean in Sumerian? So what is it? Oh, not Fi, Pa. So Pa is a Sumerian word, which we know is father. Isn't that interesting? I think it's Pa, which could be Pe, and the P and the F in all the ancient languages are interchangeable. So it could be Fe. So we got the word Fe, like the spirits of the Fe that comes from this root of the word Pa, root of the word Pe, as we see it in Hebrew. So when we then add the Pa, Lu, Si, Fa, Sur, Usifer, Fa, and Ur. Sorry, the meaning of the word Ur, not Sur, Ur. Ur is dog. So it's like the father that controls the dog, which represents the afterlife, because dogs and the moon have always been related to afterlife. So isn't that interesting how we can break that down? Like Lu is humans, Si is standing upright, walking through the world. Fa or Fe or Phi is got to do with the spirits of the underworld that are related to the dog that govern the cycles of life and death and morality. And so we can see that ancient Egyptian connection there. And there's like an interesting way of breaking down the word Lucifer. And then when we look at the ruin from the Norse tradition, we see that Ewas, or is it Ewas? Sorry. No, Fehu, which is sometimes fair or fair, which I think has got to do with the principle of fire. Let's bring up that ruin. I think it might be interesting to bring up that ruin. Let's see if we can get a nice picture of this picture. There
Also,
we
you
go.
can break down Lucifer to loose, like luce, like lights of her, lights of her, like lights of Sophia, like the lights of wisdom.
Also,
Well-
Lucifer is Lu, which is light, and then Cipher, which is the code. So it can be seen as light codes, which is our DNA, which is buried inside our water, like the Akashic records.
Isn't it beautiful that the word Lu is meaning light in other languages, but when we go back to the Sumerian languages, it means man. And then what do we call man humans? We call them humans, right?
Yeah.
Humans, light bodies, light beings. So humans are light. So this is why Lu relates to light. This is why Lucy relates to light. I mean, it's just interesting how that sort of all seems to come together, because like when we look at that then, and we look at this C, I think C also can relate to the word ruler, or to fill as well, to fill a space, to sit and fill up the space. And it can have passive meanings as well. C, to fill a space. So to rule a space, to fill a space. So Lucy, you could say, is human filling the space with the hue, the colors, the vibration, the light, because we are essentially made out of light. It's really interesting when we see how all these languages sort of, correlate out of this root-based language. Namaste, how you guys doing? Terjoko and Socrates, I hope you guys are styling.
So earlier when I was talking about Baphomet, and then I was trying to find out what pho means, P-H-O, it came up with a French word, feu, F-E-U, which reminds me of the words you just showed, F-E-U, is very similar, which means fire, which is light.
Yeah, and I also
in English we call a foe an enemy.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the inversion. They want light to be the enemy, right?
Right.
They want it sitting in the dark.
So, brother Indy, what were you saying, dear brother?
Also, I wanted to mention that in 1948 edition of Ballantyne's Law Dictionary, they defined human as sea monster. So, when they kind of like reduce the definitions by referring you to another synonym, they consider human to be synonym to monster. And they're maybe referring to humans as a monster in the sense that in the law, they've like committed a crime and become like a monstrous human. I don't know, but it's very questionable as to what's going on there.
The word monster is the moon,
Mm.
the moon star.
Star.
Inanna, the moon star, underworld.
That's like
the moon rules life and death in the occult world.
Moon and the star.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
That
we take this word monster. It's like it's esteri and monis, isn't it? Monis and esteri coming together. But probably they'll tell us that it doesn't go back to ancient Greek. No, that word only is as old as French. That's what Google's going to tell us, I bet, when you look at Google. That's a big issue. Is Google a living entity? What do you guys think? Has Google become its own archetype? Money, mon eye. Yes, Howard. Mon eye, the eye that's watching you.
Moon eye. I never got to mention that earlier. I was trying to get in respond to Franklin's question, but I forgot to. The idea that are these archetypes alive, or is Google alive? And my response is that yes, like these things, we bring these things up to life by keeping them in our minds and sharing them with our words and having these images of them, and people really bring them to life when they like dress up like in a costume of it too. You know what I mean? They literally bring it to life. So like you're representing, you are like Google tonight. So we see what you are. People can have these silly costumes of the most ridiculous things, and they really bring them to light. And so I also think that we have these things alive in our hearts and in our minds. We carry them around with us, and sometimes we personify them even. But also they could reside somewhere else, and they could be like the planet itself is like alive, and the spirit of the planet has like come to represent itself a certain way and wants it to be seen authentically, you know. So there's that aspect as well. But in the teachings of the Garthian mystery school of the inner earth that were taught to Saint-Yves from France, and many others, they teach that there are three gods there that control time and see the past and the future. And so they control our intentions, and they control our world here, and they see what we see, and they see the future, and they plan the future for us. Brahitma is one of them, and Mahitma is the other, and then there's a third one I don't have the name of here, but it's very interesting how they, you know, kind of show that the surface world to them is a place where they've kind of like planned it all out. Like the battle of light and dark is kind of like planned out, and then maybe we have free will to like partake in that battle that they've kind of played out for us. But it kind of seems like they've kind of like systematically kind of developed something to go down up here, maybe for like a transformation that they're trying to conjure up from us. And deep in my soul, I would hope that they were trying to conjure up a way for us to take our own initiative to understand and develop the divine and love within our hearts, you know, as a collective. And as a result, to probably being subjected to tyranny and suffering, you know, because like what better way could people come together than against a formidable foe that everyone does not really see the value in them being their leader, that sees the power of the people really coming together to strengthen and protect each other and come together in union with each other to rise above it. And I feel like that's a beautiful story that could unfold. And that's been my way to interpret things. I hope that's, you know, Mother Nature's master plan as things unfold in this dark age.
It sounds a little bit like what you were saying there as like Operation Bluebeam, like you guys were talking about earlier, like a common foe to unite everybody. But I think that people can be, see, I come from the other perspective. I recognize what you said, but I think that we could be united in a common goal, like a path, like a potential or a purpose. We need a purpose. And I think the purpose has been extracted from people, and that they want us all to come together, but not in unity, but more of in a uniform, like an Ahrimanic energy. They want the Ahrimanic energy. They want the we collective, but not unity. They want a uniform mentality so that we have no individual, no I, not this. There's only going to be one I, and that is this mechanical machine observing all of us in this little farm, because it is turning into a farm, like a systematic zoo. I mean, it's not always been that way. No, the Gnostics get a bad rap for saying that this is like the material realms of prison and stuff. And I don't really think that they meant it that way. It's like the material realm isn't the matrix. Like the matter can trick us, but that's not by the spirit. That is by men who want to become gods. And they're tricking us into thinking that we can become gods by using ChatGPT. But that is the work of Ahriman, the deceiver, who's Satan. And people think it's Lucifer. It's not. Lucifer is the bringer of light, which is from water. This AI is giving us knowledge, but it's not from the water. It's from us. It's coming from us, like it's an echo chamber. So I'm of the understanding that you don't need trauma to grow. Big trauma can split you, and from that center, something beautiful can happen. But a lot of the time, it can crush you. I think that instead of there being a common enemy or a common foe, we need a common unity, like something like to go towards, like to build something, if that makes sense. Because what the powers that be are doing is they've tricked us and they've suppressed our consciousness, our water, our magic, the feminine intuition, while they carve out the world, will they use this energy that's available, and then they can build what they like. But yeah, people are definitely being deceived.
Yeah,
by
it's
powers that be. Yeah, yeah.
you know, and like the powers that be are the system is not making progress. It's digressing. It seems like it's collapsing, probably because their agenda is to exploit their own workers that are creating everything for them, and to treat them with disrespect and cruelty. And then they're ungrateful for the fact they have an excess of capital from exploiting all these people. And so like there's really nothing good that wants to persist there, as far as like an overarching like deity that's watching over us, trying to have us go into a good path. This one ain't it. So I mean, as far as that goes, there's another path that's keeping us from making progress. Our compassion to want to allow our leaders to come with us into this. Like, we'll allow you to be our leaders, just give us a different direction to go in, trusting that they would actually have our interests in their mind. And if we know they don't, we're only deluding ourselves. It does not mean that we need to destroy them at all. What it really could mean would just be just to walk away from them. And with our numbers and the power of numbers that we have, that's kind of been lost from our understanding. We're starting to learn this now more than ever, that we could potentially stand away from this. And there a lot of people are considering that right now, with all of these natural disasters, that we're headed towards natural progression towards autocracies, where people are going to have to take the power back from organized institutions that are going to be in dismay from this all total chaos that's been happening around the globe with earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanoes and things of the sort. That's progressive. That a lot of people think that this progression is a result of our failure to make progress, and Mother Nature is trying to usher us along. And if we're not willing to take steps now that we know it's time to rise up, then she's going to push us forward. And so it's going to be more challenging for us as we resist our responsibility to rise up against tyranny right now. But some people we could unite with our leaders. What do you think, Franklin?
That's very interesting. I just want to go into the word of conceive and deceive.
Yeah.
Because I think it brings us back to like how they are tricking us. And like you say, let's look at what it means. So what is a sieve? A sieve is something that shows the differentiations of something. Yeah. So you take flour and you sieve it, and you can see its parts.
You put it
so to sieve is to see the refinement.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to conceive is to have a refined idea, right? A concept is a refined idea. It's not just an idea, it's refined. It's become a concept. It's been conceived. And then we look at the Egyptian word, which is often related to Seb or Sheba, right? Which is related to Nut. Yeah. And it's related to, it represents the souls of the deceased pharaohs, shining eternally in the night sky as a star, which is really, really interesting if we look at that. So, like the word Sheb and B and V obviously is the same sound. It's a masculine and feminine version of it. So when we look at it outside there, we masculinize it, Sheb, that's the star, the soul. But when we personalize it and take it in the feminine form, we're talking about our own soul, our own soul's ability to remember. Shiv, Shiva, Shiva. Shiva means service in Sanskrit, like Shiva Karyoga. You need to do service, spiritual service. It's like when you devote yourself. The principle of acting out in devotion is Shiva. And so we see the number 7 as relating to this, but it relates to the stars in the night sky. And as it relates to Nut is the firmament that covers the earth of the stars and of the heavens. And her feet touch the ground and she does that cool, funky little backbend, right? Over the world, and represents the firmament. So when they deceive us, right? Look at it like this. They are disconnecting us from the stars. They are disconnecting us from our souls. They are disconnecting us from the idea of refinement of thinking. So, like, it's very interesting to understand what the concept of deceive is. And so when they do this, they make us more crude. And when we're all crude, we're like stuck together like crude rock, not like gold dust, that can be used or like measured and weighed and melted and turned into something. It's this crude stuff with all this mixture in it, and it's incomprehensible. And I think that, like, this is what you're talking about as well, Indy. They want us to be just crudely stuck together in lumps so that we can't see the wood for the trees, in a sense. And all of us pulling together, in order for us all to pull together, we have to have a conceived notion of how to synchronize. Does that make sense? If we don't have that mental ability to conceive, to consider, to have a concept, then we're going to be stuck in this little wheel turning of manifestation that we don't understand.
Well, it's interesting. We talk about ourselves as there's herds of people, like the sheeple are being led, and like that's like a group of people that are kind of all in together and like going in the same direction. And then I talk about like the black sheeple, where like the New Age is misleading people away from like ancient mysticism and like the real like pearls of wisdom that they could be finding. And there's people that identify as like carnivorous animal as their kind of like spirit, their shamanic totem animal kind of. So they're like more of a solitary person potentially, or maybe they have like a pride, but they're like out to get others or something, or maybe they're just fierce warriors, but there's different types of people, and not everybody necessarily fits into those groups, but there's a thing where the whole collective can really start to see, if we have like some kind of a figure that starts to voice this, people can become to see the entire collective as having a common space that they all share with each other. And so once we can start to see that and visualize that and start to understand how we can work together and focus on our commonalities, our common views, but also our common purpose that we have together. Once we have a purpose that's united, then we can start to take action together and find people to take the roles that it's going to be able to take to get that purpose achieved. So I feel like that's not going to be that hard for somebody to come forth and voice that. Of course, it's going to be somebody that's going to have to be very brave in our society. A lot of people have tried to do this and they have not made it far. And the people that do make it far is because they're paying somebody oftentimes, or they're connected by family to royalty, or to, politicians, or maybe millionaires, whatever it may be, owners of corporations, perhaps. So, things are starting to take on new form. As I mentioned in the beginning of the show, we're talking about the birthing of new archetypes. And what I was suggesting is that some of these new archetypes that are being birthed are like a transcendence of like the cages that we used to be kept in. So like Göbekli Tepe comes out in archaeology and just breaks down the entire wall of like 5000 BC that we were never allowed to go past. The humanity never had anything going on because we just came, and God created us like around 5000 BC. We came out of nowhere, according to the story that we used to have. But now once we have Göbekli Tepe, it's like, well, now how far do we stop? Is that a wall now? Or do we realize that there is no wall? We go back to the beginning of time. We're all connected. Maybe that's what it is. And that's what they're starting to see with the James Webb anomalies. They're seeing things that don't fit a 13.7 billion year time frame. Things that start making physicists think there is no wall. There's no beginning time where things started to happen. There's things go back for eternity. Everything, was here then and everything was here now. And so that's what they're starting to see, that these limitations that used to be imposed upon us were helpful for us to kind of gauge our concept of the progression of things. But now we're starting to realize that there's actually things that are beyond those. And so like there's like these things that are being discovered, like a galaxy that's been lost from our ability to see. Its light has vanished because it's moving so fast with space expansion that has become lost from us to be able to see now, although it was available like around like 200 million years after the Big Bang happened, whatever that was. So that's a very strange one. And then the other one is another galaxy. There's a galaxy out there they found in the James Webb Telescope that has like no dust or gas or debris at all. It's all stars primarily. So they think that that thing must have been burning for a very long time to be that refined, unless it progressed very fast. They're still trying to learn about these things. But what we've been doing in astronomy is taking all this anomalous data and casting it out as misreadings. And so what they're doing in science right now is starting to question that, and they're questioning the entire narrative. And like they're starting to come to a lot of the same opinions and a lot of different systems of knowledge at the same time. So like people are starting to question the medical institution. So they're starting to realize like, what about like nutrition? How can we learn about how to like get the right energies in our life too, in addition to like the right foods and like all this stuff. So there's so much more being like open up to new horizons. And so these things are like a new archetype as well. You know what I mean? It's like, this is pretty amazing to me and pretty exciting that we can now start to explore some of the things that a lot of people on the fringe have been trying to say for a long time, but have been shut down. And so once that conversation is allowed to be had, there's so much more that we can really start to explore that's been here all along, but we've just been hushed about it. And as people start to engage and converse and learn about these lost, ancient, mystical, and wise things that have been hidden from us, we can really start to gain power as a collective to start to have more understanding, because we've been led into a world where ignorance is bliss and just watch the screen, stay entertained, just don't have the time to think creatively, make music, poetry, song and dance, all the good stuff, arts and crafts, cabinetry, whatever, all those great things, there's so much we could be doing with, we weren't so distracted. But some of us are trying to really try to take advantage of the ability. It's the age of information. We can learn so much is available to our fingertips right now. Hopefully we also take time away from the screen to, take practice in doing some of those things as well. It can be challenging.
Yeah, screen time is part of Operation Bluebeam, actually, because screens have a blue light which pulls, and this all ties into also time moving faster as well, because it seems that more light is being taken, like from us, for example. Like we're having to use, like everything's moving more quickly because of all of the information, like the apocalypse, if you like. We're in the apocalypse right now, and it's great. There's lots of revelations and stuff being revealed. But yeah, going back to deception and deceiving and archetypes, I need to mention that the Romans used to take over people's gods when they invaded. They used to sort of worship people's gods and harness that power of the guardians of dimensions. That's why they became so powerful. And you can see that with COVID, which is see Ovid. And Ovid had a poem called Metamorphosis. We have obviously Project Monarch, the blue butterfly. And in Metamorphosis, it's about angering the gods. And you've probably noticed that there's a lot of stuff going on in society which would anger the gods, like people being detached from source. Like, for example, one of the gods, Pan, cast out of people's minds, the god of nature and fresh water and music. And you look at what's happened to water and music and nature, it seems that that God has been cast out, and we need to connect with that to bring that energy back. And this ties into Operation Bluebeam because with COVID as well, because with magnetism, they've been able to detach people from God. And they did experiments in 2015 where using magnetism, they were able to weaken people's faith in God. And they did that via magnetism, which affects the prefrontal cortex here, which is responsible for critical thinking and foresight. And when this happens, you get brain fog. And remember 2020, 2021, lots of people are getting brain fog after these fallacies, these towers were put up. And yeah, that's detaching people from God, detaching people from these archetypes, because they don't want this, creating this sort of like thick fog. That's what I view history as. History is a story somebody else tells you, whereas the mystery is the story which you work out for yourself via mythology, which is our theology, our understanding of God or source. That's the great mystery. That's the feminine side of the yin yang, and the masculine is the history. The history creates the fog, so you can't see past a certain point. And when you delve into the mystery or the mythology, that's when you can really understand the essence of this realm and who we are.
Yeah, you got the Mr. story and the Miss story, or the Mrs. story.
The mystery and the history. And the history is the mystery. They've turned the history into a mystery
Snake.
by hiding the mystery in the history. Isn't that quite funny? It's exactly what they've done. They took the mystery out of the picture, hid it in the history, and then turned the history into a mystery. And so he must become she, and she must become him. All part of this, the let's mix it up kind of thing. It's really interesting how this programming is working and how it's not working, because it's like I was also having this thought. Like we were having this conversation, my partner and myself, once again, just last week, about the idea of how these things are coming together and how there's this merging of this new culture, and Google has become this sort of false prophet. So Google has basically debunked all of our prophets and has become our new prophet, you know. And when I say prophecy, like people think, oh, it's about the future. Well, to profess is to speak of knowledge, isn't it? To profess is to express what is known. No? So prophecy is to profess what is known, and often it relates to the future. But I think we're like living in this age of complete digital mental invasion. And like you talk about the light, you know, the infrared spectrum is sunrise and sunset. The blue spectrum is midday. Yeah. So if you're not outside in the sunrise and the sunset, you're missing all the infrared. And that stuff actually penetrates your skin and stimulates your hormones. Changes the way your brain works. So now what they've got people doing is wearing these little gadgets. Have you seen these gadgets, these infrared generating gadgets? Which personally, I'm like, I don't know whether like the solution to technology is more technology. Like the verdict, the jury is so out on that. Like, I mean, I'm not even going to say that it's wrong, but it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. Like, instead of all this, get this infrared suit that you can wear that's pumping infrared light at your skin in an unnatural way. Oh, nice one, Neil. Namaste, dear Lauren. I hope you're well. How are you doing? And nice one, Neil. Yeah, you can't beat it. You can't beat the sun, can you? I mean, you can do pretty well with the moon. Let's face it. But the moon seems to have that cool blue light. Have you noticed that?
Mhm.
The sun is where you get that warmth, that red warmth. And it's that, like, it's interesting how that works, you know? So I think, like, there's, like, really, maybe there's a reason why the ancient Egyptians in the land of Kem, they were worshipping the sun, as we call it. And you mentioned an interesting point earlier about the word worship. I think we've got a twisted, upside down, inverted, back to front, higgledy-piggledy, mashed together version of what the word worship means. And, you know, maybe worship is just what we put our bhakti into, and our bhakti represents our devotion. So whatever you devote yourself to becomes your worship. If you devote it to making money, then you're worshipping money. If that's your devotion. It's something you have to do, but is it your devotion? You know, what is if you're devoted to your family and making money is a means to an end, but you're actually devoted to your family, then you're worshipping your family tree. Then you're worshipping your ancestral tree, right? Because the ancestors are here now in the present through the family. And we are then the ancestors of those that will come after. So by making our family well now and healthy, we're making our future ancestries well and healthy. So we're worshipping at the ancestral tree. And it's interesting how we've got history and mystery, right? And then we've got the ancestral tree. Yeah. And I think like that's like maybe the tree that goes beyond him and her. Yeah. Which is something we're not supposed to look at. Yeah. Because like ancestral worship is like it's such a backward thing that they do in Africa, isn't it? Like on paper, right? Like, but when you think about it, that's like probably the core of our spiritual traditions come from the idea of our ancestors and revering the ancestors that were great and trying to do what they did right and learning from the mistakes that certain ancestors made in our tree. This is interesting. Like, what do we even know about our ancestors in modern times?
I had a very interesting story about my ancestors. I'll say quickly, like a few months ago, I did some work with my partner Esme. We did it separately with some people. They had these like plasma pods, and the gist of it was this lady channeled these messages, one from an ancestor of my mother's side and one of my father's side. My father's side, this ancestor of mine was working in a lighthouse, and he got in trouble for shining the light because there were enemy ships coming in, and he was told to turn the light off. But there were also friendly ships too, so he disobeyed his orders and shined this light, and he got into trouble for that. So I just view that as sharing information, being stubborn. Like, I can really relate to that, also being a Capricorn too. But then the side of my mother, there was this lady who, it's a very similar story. She was up on a hill by a village, and she was supposed to share a light if there were enemies coming, and she fell asleep and the enemies invaded the city or the village or whatever. So there's two polarities there. One for getting into trouble for not sharing the light, not sharing the information, and the other for getting into trouble for sharing it. So my ancestral lineage, there's a bit of like polarity of, do I share stuff? Do I not? And it's a barrier I've had to cross over, sharing this kind of information. It's like finding out this stuff, like getting the knowledge, but also intuition is learned over time. And as I've started trusting my intuition, of what I thought was just me making stuff up, like instant downloads of like, oh yeah, this is how it is. And then I'll look into it and I'm right. But it's a hurdle to come over, sort of trusting yourself, getting the intuition. So yeah, sorry, Indy, for jumping ahead.
Oh, all good. All good. It's funny. I was thinking that it's been interesting how we've gone from the hypnotist in the living room to googly eyes on the device. And we're still in the bread and circus. But it's come a long way from the gladiators. There's still a lot of remnants of that. Like people are going to domes to watch sports still and all this. The big thing. So it's just so fascinating how things have really changed, though. There's like new branches of people that are like not watching the sports, not going to the religion. Some of them are not even doing the science thing, you know? So they're always kind of like diversifying like how people can be, and we're being like divided more and more into these different little tribes. And I think in a lot of ways, we're starting to realize that even though we have our own little tribes, that like there's a difference between the collective and the elite authorities that are governing us. And like we could have a lot of power together if we could look past our differences and see some common strengths between us too, but still embracing our differences. That's a very important thing. Because if they, we be like the little ants of that the corporations want us to be, we'd all be the same. You know what I mean? But that's just not natural. What are we going to say, Franklin?
That's our mind at work, like turning us into like bots. So like what I'm thinking about is, this what was I thinking? This state where we are all these little pods, right? That are like somehow connected to each other. Makes me think of that Blavatsky work and the soulless, right?
Yeah.
On the earth.
Yeah.
And it makes me think about like films like They Live and Matrix, those that are just what you would call them. Like they're not actually the NPCs, we'll call them NPCs. NPCs, soulless, whatever you want to call them, like whatever word fits. And it makes me think that like, are we all the same tribe? And even though we are, but are we? Like it could well be that we're living in a place where the archetypes are splitting. Yeah. And that this polarization is going to take us off into two worlds. And the one world will go off into transhumanism, obviously, and become like transhumanisted up and be completely in the digital world. And the other one will be like us, trying to break out of it, trying to go and watch the sunrise and the sunset, trying to spend as much time in nature, trying to do organic things, and spend time with organic rather than digital. And I think it's quite telling that we've reached this point now where, I mean, a lot of people don't like conversation. Have you guys come across this?
Yeah, I think it started with headphones. People are pretending they have their headphones on. Now they got their phone. They're pretending to be on the phone, just looking away. People are so scared to say, hello, have a nice day. Hello, how you doing? They can't do that anymore, except for old people are still with the old school ways sometimes. You can go up and start a little conversation with older people. These younger people are so caught up in their device, whether they're pretending to be on the device because they're too scared to talk to people, or they're so immersed in it, they don't even know there's people around them. There's all different kinds of things going on there.
It reminds me of the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. So the headphones, the phones, and then the masks. And also with people not speaking and having conversation, especially since 2020, it seems like the the soul or the identity, the persona has been pulled out of people, because the persona or the identity is what makes you you. There's a lot of people where you try to have a conversation or talk to them and there's no one home. They're not there. Like, you have a soul and a spirit. They still have the light buried deep, but their spirit, or like the bar, their own identity doesn't seem to be there. They it's very weird. It's like they're grey. Like, I can't see people's auras, but people emit frequency, and it seems like a lot of people are just glazed over. Like, the spell of Arya is at play for sure. When we're talking about archetypes, also the symbols as well, and I think like one symbol which is really important is the peace symbol. So you know how that's been inverted, because people in the chat, I'm not sure if you do, but people in the chat might not, that the peace symbol actually means war and death. It should be the other way around, and I can't remember what the rune is called, but the real peace symbol should be the other way up, and it means life and peace. But the peace symbol that's been shared means war and death. And symbols rhymes with a symbol that you hit, like a frequency, because they emit frequencies. And symbols are very important because it echoes out in the great sea, the ocean all around us, like a ripple. And these symbols are very important. The same with the flower of life, that there's a flower of life which is has a boundary, which most people know as the flower of life, like a chain. But then there's also another flower of life, which I think might be called the lotus of life, but it emanates from the center, and it has no limit. And yeah, I'm not sure if you're able to share that rune, Franklin. Let me check what it's called. Rune for life.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about the auras diminishing. I feel like maybe those are things that you have to necessarily kind of like work on, developing your chakral health and vitality to have a strong aura. And if you can't see them anymore because you've been led away from having an understanding of them, it's understandable that they may diminish significantly. But I wanted to mention how in the old times they used to say that the cameras would steal your soul. And, imagine how many more cameras and video cameras we have on us now in the CCTV world. But go on. I like where you're going with this peace symbol.
Yeah, so it's the one that says Z, the Z. So it's called the Algiz rune, if that's how you pronounce it. I wish Steinforks was here. He'd know. But yeah, it's known as the life rune. And if you look at a leaf, that's the way it goes. Like, leaves go towards the sun, and it has its leaves have their arms outstretched. They're like that, and they're going up. Whereas the peace sign has been inverted. So that is the symbol for peace and life.
You know where the peace sign comes from?
Well, yeah, it's an inversion of this.
No, the peace sign is a nuclear disarmament flagging symbol. The flags go up and then they go down to the side.
Yeah, but it's this inverted. So that's what they tell you. But I would disagree. I would say that they've just inverted this, and they've told you or people that it's because of this. But it is this inverted. And I think this symbol came before the anti-nuclear one. So I'm just looking at that essence. Does that make sense? Because I don't think that's true. I think that they've just inverted this and created a story.
You know, that's that they would make it be that way to serve a purpose, a false obfuscation of the real thing they're trying to do. They tend to do that every time they do something. And we don't think usually.
Sorry, brother. Keep going, please.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I was just saying we usually don't notice when they obfuscate things. They portray black as white and white as black, and we've just bought it hook, line, and sinker a lot of times for most people.
Yeah, this rune I think relates to protection, and and it specifically relates to protection of the head.
Mm.
And you can see it at the top here as it's relating to the, that which is the downward arrow pointing down to the body. So it's like it's the mind. And so it represents healing, from what I can see here. The meaning is the elk.
Mm.
And the healing power affects the head and the brain, for people who work with this particular rune. And it represents Zed. And so just to bring that back in a notch, Zed represents Zamek of the Paleo-Hebrew, which comes from Phoenician, which represents a sword. And the sword is the sword of discrimination, right? And that is the healing, that is the psychic protection that you need. The power of discrimination. If someone says something to you and it's an attack on you, and you look at it logically and you go, no, that's BS, that's nonsense, then it doesn't affect you, right? Because you've decoded it and you've unempowered it. You've looked at it and you've been like, no, that's nonsense. I'm not actually who you say I am. I'm someone different. That's your thing. It's like return to sender. No thanks. I don't take on board what you say because I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. That's how you protect yourself psychically, right? By denial. And so that denial is got to do with discrimination, and that is a mental power. And so Zion represents a sort of discrimination, which represents the lovers. And the lovers represents Gemini. And Gemini is what rules over communication. So it's Mercury's masculine pole, which is all about communication and sharing ideas. So you can see how this rune has a connection to the tarot card, the lovers, and the idea of Gemini, the idea of sharing ideas, concepts, thoughts, and how to protect yourself from ideas being shared towards you that can harm your brain, as a concept. So why would they invert it? Because they want to break the spell of protection. They want to break the discrimination, the powers to discriminate between right and wrong, true and false. And they want us to become delusional. Because when the brain is healthy, it conceives of reality. When the brain is unhealthy, it conceives delusion. And a delusional brain is susceptible to psychic attack through the media and through the hypnotist in your screen, as you put it, Indy.
Yeah. They'll hypnotize you into a
I just want to throw out there as well that this at the same time there was anti-nuclear marches and stuff. The nuclear family was destroyed, and I just feel there's some truth to the inversion of communication, like you say, being used. If you have the symbol out there of anti-communication, could it ripple through to the family home and sort of have an effect on the nuclear family? Because when you have the nuclear tests and stuff and trying to split the atom and the nuclear family being destroyed, it's one in the same. These people may have been working on nuclear weapons, but I think really what they were trying to do is destroy the nuclear family so that they could just divide us, get both the parents into work, divide us by race, gender, religion, put us all in little boxes. So I think that potentially that symbol might have had something to do with that, like the pride flag doesn't have indigo, and that represents the third eye, which is intuition. And it seems that there is intuition lacking in society. Where's the indigo? Where is it? No flags have indigo or purple. That's because they don't want that frequency out there.
Yeah, subtle.
Yeah, I always put indigo in a very interesting place. I tend to conceive of indigo as not relating to Saturn. So I think of Saturn as green, as being the green man, as being nature, as being reaping the corn and the field and the green living things. Then I think of the gateway to the mystery schools as being indigo. So when I think of the gateway to the mysteries, I have to think of Venus. I have to think of Inanna wearing all her lapis lazuli, with her lapis lazuli wand, with her lapis lazuli charms and her lapis lazuli bangles and her everything was lapis lazuli that she had to take off, is it not, when she goes into the underworld? So Venus in traditional times was more related to indigo than any other color. Now Venus is the gateway to the mysteries, and that's like sort of like that to open you up to the deeper divine feminine. Yeah. And violet is interesting, because when I think of violet, I think of red and blue together. And when I think of indigo, I think of violet and blue together. So when I think of red and blue, I think of like dynamic action of red and the dynamic contemplation of blue. Blue being the inner, mental ray, and red being the outer physical ray. And so that violet then, to me, makes me think of sexual energy. Because where does physical and mental meet? Meets in the point of Kundalini, right? So what is the physical thing what physical thing is there that's most mental? Sex. It's a completely emotional experience that's made physical. There is no more mental and emotional experience that's made physical than sex. Yeah. And then when I think of sex, I think of the moon. Yeah. I think of like the generation of what's going to make like new things grow. Yeah. The moon cycles of like the woman's periods, basically the woman's cycles, what I think of when I think of sex, because to me that epitomizes sex, because sex is supposed to be how you make more copies or more versions of each other, different patterns of like you and me together. Okay, we're going to make one of those and one of these and one of those and see how many we make. Like, oh gosh, we can't afford too many of these. This is where we draw the line, But so I always think of violet and purple as relating to the moon because of that. Like, it's a potential to bring forth more life. I think of indigo as its potential to initiate us into deep mysteries. So like the night sky, that the sunset's gone down and you're looking at the sky and it starts to go indigo. There's something so mystical about that experience, right? Like your head just goes, doesn't it? And you're suddenly seeing, you mentioned seeing auras. What if I told you that it's really easy to learn to see an aura?
How do you do it?
What if I told you that you could learn in about like, without even joking, 90 days, man?
You look at your hand.
Like, it's all got to do with the different frequencies of light and timing. And like, it's got to do with the sun and the moon. And then learning to see one frequency and then like this, because there's overlaid frequencies that you can see. First, it's one thing. Then when you see that, you see there's something behind it. And then you see, oh, there's something else behind that. Then you see, and then behind that, you see there's color. And then as you look deeper into it, you start noticing more patterns, forms, cycles of energy and color all swirling together. And then you'll notice around plants and people, like especially the color around people. Lots of color around people.
I can notice the energy around plants. It's like, I call it like the cosmic wind, or like it's kind of like this kind of vibration. like especially in between leaves. I can't see it with people, but in between leaves, it's like it's a vibration, but it's like it's a wind, if that makes sense. It's or like a mirage, you know, sort of like a mirage between
Like a
things.
strobe.
I'm not sure what that is.
A strobe light. You know that light that flicks
Oh,
really fast?
No, I
On the
wouldn't
dance
say it
floor?
was a stroke. I wouldn't say it was a stroke, but I do know what you mean, though.
Like there's a vibration to it.
Like a kind of
And it's like
vibrated
it's
static. Yeah.
flickering. Like the lights flickering on and off. And if you look inside, you'll see the dots. So you want to see those dots. You want to concentrate and see those dots. The best time to see it is sunset and sunrise. Like when the sky is still changing color. When the sky is indigo, going from indigo to blue, that's the time that you see the most of this. So this is why indigo is not brought into us, because when the sky turns indigo, when you look at a plant, you see these little dots everywhere. And then if you look at those dots, you concentrate, you'll see there's actually these dots everywhere. Then you'll notice the dots are like got the same vibrational tones as the plants, but when you look at the plants, they're busier. There's more of this stuff happening. But you'll see like around a rock, there's dots. You'll see around everywhere, even just in the air, there's all these dots. And they like, then you look at them and you'll notice that it's like they come out into being and they disappear. They come out into being and they disappear. But they're so fast.
I can see it as well looking at the sky, like blue sky. But I've been told that, I don't believe it's true, but there are things on the end of your eyes. It's more of a, when I look at the sky, it's more of a wiggle. It's more of a, it comes in and it goes out, like little lights going in and out of my vision. And I was told that it's things on the end of your eyes, like moving around. But I think that perhaps that is just the ether that we can see, like things coming in and out of this realm. I prefer to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, when you first see prana, it's that luminescent part. It's those dots. So when you look at those dots, you'll notice that it's like you're seeing lots of tiny little toric fields. And each toric field is like a tiny little light. But there's loads of these tiny little lights everywhere. And they're all like coming through and in at the same time. And they make up this frequency of vibration everywhere that looks like little dots coming into being. And the moment they come into being, they're out of being, and they're coming and going. It's like toric fields warping into each other. And when you look at that for a long time, you'll start to notice there's shapes in the sky. You'll start seeing all sorts of crazy stuff, man. You'll start seeing other worlds. You'll start seeing colors. You'll first notice this wind that you're talking about. You'll notice certain winds moving through the air, but it's not the wind. It's like colors. And what I like to do is to watch the sunrise over water. Yeah? It makes for this. When you see the sun over water and you look at the sun in the water, the color changes. And then you notice, if you do this diligently every day for a long time, you'll notice that the colors go into different bands. You'll notice, hey, there's different colors at play. Like today it's gold and blue and indigo. And then tomorrow it's a little bit of the gold, but it's like more going into red. And then if you look in the sky, you see the same colors, right? Dominant. And it's got to do with like tides, like energy tides. And so you can see the planetary tides moving through the atmosphere. And you can learn to literally see them, but it starts with those dots. And to focus on those dots, diligently observe them and watch them until you start to see the patterns that they're making. They're making patterns in the sky. And then there's little living things that are flying around in patterns that are like behind this structure, keeping it all in play, in shape. And then behind those little things that fly around, and I swear they look like fairies, man. But they work in pattern.
Maybe the pattern is like cuneiform, and maybe the pattern is just thoughts, or like the pitter patter coming down that our mind can catch if it's open. Like the force or the thoughts all around us is this light, is this pattern. But perhaps it's, if we're able to see this pattern, it would speak to us. But instead of it speaking to us symbolically, it goes into our mind, and we have to decipher it with our mind's eye, because then you can see this light in symbols, going back to archetypes. And that's how I see most stuff in my mind's eyes, by symbols. I mean, I guess everybody views stuff differently, but symbols speak 1,000 words. And I think that's quite a cool concept, that all of these lights are patterns, is writing, or like maybe that's like the library or the library of Alexandria all around us, like the Akashic records all around us. And we just collect fragments of it, but we have to filter it. Otherwise we won't really understand. And we do that by understanding what archetypes and symbols mean, because they can mean many things. And I think that if you're able to have, like, for example, I guess one of your anchors is the static square. That's how you seem to kind of, your framework, how you work things out. Mine is the pyramid of the Enneagram, the 369, the masculine, feminine, and then the I in the middle. Also, it's the Merkaba, the Mer, the Ka, and the Ba. The Mercury in the middle, the Ka, and the Ba. It's a framework. It's like a spiral or a yin yang. And I think we need to let this information come into us and spin while we work out what the truth is behind it. I've come up with a little concept of what synchro is, or synchro mysticism. And it's like our mind is a sync. Like this is the ka, this symbol, like the goalpost in rugby. It's where it's a cup or cup or a cap. And then information comes in, like our mind is like a sink, and it comes in and it needs to go down into our heart, where we have the reverse osmosis, or the row. And then with the reverse osmosis, the filter, the vortex, which is our heart, we have to like release the heaviness, like the heavy metals of the water, of the information. So that is your sink and your row. And then the mystic is whatever sticks to you, like my stick, you know, because certain things will stick to you after it's come in and you've reverse osmosed it with your intuition. You'll be like, oh, okay, this is true. That's not true, you know?
Yeah, there's definitely. Sorry, Indy, did you want to say something? I was going to say, like, let's bring out our last ideas before we wrap it up, but please.
I was just saying the power of discrimination that we were talking about earlier with Al Giz's symbol that brings peace. You know, it's a beautiful combination to understand that, like, once you have discernment, then you can have peace. And I think with that comes the ability to say no with like gusto, like with pride. Like, I think when people say no to others and they kind of like feel like they can't say no, I think they kind of disservice themselves, and they're really like, you know, sending out a mixed signal of like they want to help people, but they're like overdoing it, and they're helping people to their own dismay and their own detriment. So, you know, I think it can be really helpful for people to be able to learn how to say no with a smile. And when it comes to using discernment and creating that inner peace that you can gain.
I got complimented today by a lady in a antique store with my little boy, and he saw this little antique gun. Oh, antique musket gun, whatever it is. It's like, oh, daddy, can I have that? Can I have it? Oh, daddy. And I just there was no emotion or anything. I was just like, no. And a lady that was there, she laughed. She was like, oh my gosh, that's just so well said. Like, just the way you said no was just so clear. Like, but, you know, and I think it's a single word that we tend to want to overcomplicate and explain. Yeah. Instead of it, sometimes it's just like, no. And there's that's about drawing boundaries, isn't it? And it's something that we've been taught not to do. Isn't that interesting? Our whole schooling has been about not drawing boundaries, right? Like, they make us wear uniforms so that we all look the same, right? And we're all supposed to be in like little teams and little groups. And then they use us against each other in peer pressure, right? To learn the same crap that we're all meant to learn. And then we're supposed to be in competition with each other writing these tests. Instead of just like, you know, drawing boundaries, which we're not supposed to do, which is really interesting. And then people grow up and they don't know how to draw boundaries with their boss or with their lovers or with their friends or whatever, you know, and it generally causes trouble. When you've got healthy boundaries and you know what your boundaries are and other people know what your boundaries are, then life tends to go more easily, doesn't it? Because like people just know where they stand with you. You know where you stand. People just know he's going to say no. It's a waste of time. That's such an important word that we've lost the meaning of.
I usually help my neighbor out, but today she came by and she said, "Oh, don't you have that talk show right now? Can you help me real quick?" And like I'm kind of like worn out from like a wild night last night and stuff, and I'm like ready for the podcast, and I have in no mood to do this. So I just told her like, "Look, I'm tired," and my talk show started seeing like I'm not gonna do it. No. And I kind of felt like by saying that, she kind of like almost lost trust in me, like she's not gonna call on me again. But like, I think since I said it with like such confidence, she should be more understanding, because I know that when you say no in like a regretful way, people feel like they're really, that you really want to say yes, and so they like trying to bring it out of you, and they like feel like they disappointed themselves, like allowing you to help them because you really wanted to, because there's really something there. People won't take no for an answer if you say it in a regretful kind of mood, I don't think, as well. They really won't. But when you're direct and you don't really have to explain yourself, then there's really not much that someone can do as a rebuttal.
You guys probably get this too. People phoning you. And like people phoning me all the time. Like I'm talking about businesses, companies and whatnot.
Yeah.
And they phone me and I stop them right in the beginning. I say, okay, I want to start this conversation with no. People are like I don't know where they stand. I want to start this conversation with no. That's my answer to what it is that you're selling. What are you selling, by the way? And they sort of take it aback because they normally want you to buy life insurance or this new product, or they want you to take out a loan with their organization, or they want you to this, or it could be a million different things, right? Sometimes you just want to sell you something like a new mobile phone contract or whatever it is. You just start off the conversation with no. It's so much easier to deal with these people because you know how difficult it is. Now they're they think they've got a chance. So I crushed them in the beginning. I'm like, let's just start this off with a no. That's where the answer is going to end up. I want you to be prepared for it. By the way, what are you selling? And then they actually laugh. They actually laugh. like I've shut down any chance for you to sell me anything. By the way, what are you selling? I told you it was no. Anyway, have a good day. And you cut what would have been a 2-minute conversation down to 10 seconds.
That's pretty slick. Yeah, they probably appreciate that they can move on. Sometimes they might want to practice their script. And you got other ones that are like, I'm going to turn this guy. He's saying no, but I can get anybody. There's all kinds of people in the phone solicitation world. I used to do that. So I know that you can say, in America at least, please put me on the national do not call list. If they don't and they call you back, you're entitled to a $10,000 lawsuit if you record the calls. That's the catch. But a lot of people don't know that. And they will actually put you on that list a lot of times if you can actually get their attention and talk to them like politely. Now, if you start to talk rudely or like fast or harshly, they'll probably hang up before you get it all out. And if they hang up before you finish your statement, they don't have to do anything. But I've been able to work it pretty good, and I'm gonna start recording these calls.
So you could make a living out of these call lists.
Yeah, you could.
You
They
could
got-
nail one every month. It's 10K salary. Ching. Imagine the judges when they keep seeing you back and go, it's like, yep, me again. This time it's that company. That's hilarious. So what do you do for a living? Well, I sue these companies to phone me. Turn it into a career.
If they call you, say,
Anyway, people, I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation. Everybody in the chat. Howard, there's still 9 of you here, the diehards. Vincent, big love, big blessings. Turjoker and Socrates. I call you Socrates because I have no idea of what that name is. Can you guys make sense out of that name?
I think it's
Secreto.
On the screen, the name that I've shared on the screen, is that Socrates?
Secreto, I think. I take
Yeah,
this
Secreto.
letters like an E.
Socrates. Anyway, I call him Socrates. Socrates. Like I just don't know what to do. Like, and yeah, man, Turjoker and the crew. Like, big love to all of you guys. Big love to you guys. Thank you guys. It's been an honor as always.
Thank you.
Sending you guys peace, love, and harmony. I'm going to sign off. I've had a big day today.
Yeah.
I was out with my mom and my little boy. Okay, so my mom, she didn't see my son for his birthday last week because she had an operation, right? And she was like, she just had an operation for her finger. And so I saw her this weekend. And she brought his present and blew my mind, right? She gave him a replica gun.
Wow.
I was like, shit, these are blanks. I better take these out. This is going to call cops to my house.
Oh my God.
He's 9 years old, Mom. You know, he's 9 years old. Like,
Damn.
this gun is basically, it's like if he walks to the front gate and points it out, people are going to think he's pointing a real gun at them.
Yeah.
Because it is actually a real gun. But they've just turned it into one that shoots blanks, 9mm. And it's like, it's heavy. He can't even cock it.
Man.
I was like, yeah. Anyway, he's so over the moon because I bought him a pellet gun last week. So I want to teach him how to shoot, like target. Just because some part of me is afraid of what he's going to inherit.
Yeah.
And I keep talking to him about shooting down drones. Like,
Cool.
like, what's the pellet gun for, Dad? I want to teach you to shoot down drones, my boy.
Yeah.
I'm training him young, you see, because I think this is what our kids are going to have to learn to do in the future.
Yeah.
They're going to be shooting down drones all day long, aren't they?
Well, I think the biggest weapon we have is our mind, and that's what is under attack, is our mind. And I think as a parent myself, like, I've got no fear of death. The only fear I have is making sure that my 2 boys understand how this realm works, and that they have the power to unlock their potential, because so much suppresses that. And I think if my boys are like set, you know, they have a simple understanding of how stuff works, I've got no fear of dying. But I think that it's really important that we teach the younger generations how stuff works, you know, like this, you know, if there's any youngsters listening, you know, about the mechanics of reality, how archetypes work, you know, the esoteric occult stuff. I think that more and more kids will be interested in this stuff.
But it's also like I was like very fine with being alive or not being alive. Didn't make any difference to me. And then I became a father, and I was like, I need to be there for him. Like, it's not just about learning, it's like osmosis. It's like he needs to absorb my experience through my skin somehow by that emotional closeness, if that makes sense. That emotional bond is like a osmosis, absorbing information from our ancestors. And like, I'm his ancestor. I'm his link to his Irish and Welsh lineage. I'm his link to his Prussian lineage. I'm his link to even some Norse lineage, right? His mom's his link to some Scottish lineage and also some Norse and Dutch lineage. So, like, all these ancestors out there, like this whole like little ancestral circus. We all carry our own little ancestral circuses. It's an interesting point, you know, children. I think like the moment we have kids, that's when we start to experience fear. Like when I'm crossing the road, like now, like I wouldn't want something to happen to me. In the past, that I didn't mind. Like if something happens, it happens. What's the difference? You know what I mean? But now I've got to be there to look after him. He needs me. And now my dogs need me and he needs me. And I've got this all these attachments. And they all like rely on me, right? If I wasn't here, what would happen to my dogs? Would they get put down? Do you see what I mean? Would they end up going to a place like an animal thing and being in that place and get put down or something? So like, what would happen to my boy if I wasn't here? Like, what would he learn? Who would stop him from getting onto like Google? Who would confiscate all his guns? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to confiscate everything? Who's going to confiscate his tablet and confiscate his replica gun and confiscate his pellet gun? That's what I've done. All of those things. So, and I said to him, "Cool, one more gun to confiscate. I'm looking forward to this." His eyes went big. It's like more leverage. Nice, I like it. This is good leverage. But I mean, you know, that I suppose that's the role of a father, isn't it? Like, they learn through us osmosis by our firmness. You know, laying down boundaries. That Zion, that aspect that we are, that ruin that we're being taken away from us. Like it's the mothers aren't that. It's not that easy for a mother to lay down boundaries with a child, is it? Is they're too involved. With the guy, we tend to be a little bit more logical, and like the sound of a crying child doesn't trouble us so much. The sound of a crying child's going to trouble mom a lot more than me. I'm like, no, he's just crying because I took his thing away. She's like, oh, but Shane, no, he's crying because I took his thing away. That's all. Like, to my mind, that makes perfect sense. He's just crying because I took his thing. And she's like, yeah, but he's crying. Yeah, well, you know, there's that different mother-father energy perspective. Like, we just get it. Like, no, it's good to cry. Let him cry. It's good for him. Anyway, do say your last bits, guys. Big love to all of you.
Yeah, I've just got a poem to share before I leave, if that's all right.
Nice.
It sort of relates to what we've been talking about with you were talking about typing and the archetype and digits and stuff. So Mein Kampf, they set up mine camps in our heads as they mine our amps, like the Minotaur. They mine our Tor, Enlil, look at the age of Taurus and Moloch, that shit's raw. Operation Lockstep, Lockheed Martin. Now we've got to lock down because the cows are farting. Now who's in control of this fishbowl? Descendants of Dagon. Our virtues, where have they gone? Now it's virtual you, virtual reality, anti-gravity, if that's even true. We've got virtue signaling when you're tapping on your phone and cast a digit. Be careful what you signal in, because a white light's blinding. It's always right. If that's true, why so bright? What are you hiding? Seems the darkness is where the truth hides in. Use your intuition, eyes in.
Bomb Shiva, brother. Thank you for sharing that with us. And dear Indie brother, are there any last thoughts you want to throw at the table?
No, I just want to thank General Shinobi for coming in, everybody in the chat, Franklin for holding this space for us and stuff. It's been a great show. I just loved it.
I really enjoyed it, guys. Yeah. It's been a
Namaste.
while, really. Great chat. Yeah.
It was lovely as always. Thank you guys for being in. Big Gaz, Vincent, Poetry in Motion, absolutely lovely. She turned that into a track. Sounds like a song. Take care. Keep smiling. Keep the dream alive. Keep the fight. Keep the fight in the on the court. Keep the fight in the ring. We're in the ring right now. That's life. Life. We're in the ring. The 9 rings. Oh my gosh! It's 9 rounds in the 9 rings. Didn't make that connection. The 9 rounds of boxing with the 9 rings, eh? Isn't that interesting? Bomb Shiva, everybody. Take it easy.
Okay, guys.
Keep it real.
Om Shanti. Om Shanti.